Hello. How are we all doing? Welcome. And an extra special welcome to all Europe-based folks. It's weekend, so I can stream at a time when you're not asleep. Or shouldn't be asleep. It's Breath of the Wild Day. We looked at a bunch of other Zeldas, but now it's time, I think, to just kind of run around and see some Breath of the Wild animation for a bit. Thank you very much for the Zote. How wild is the breath? Pretty dang wild. If you've not experienced it, I recommend giving that nonsense a look. Now, I should warn you up front, we're not playing this one from, like, the start. We're not really focusing on story here today. This is mostly about getting footage and progressing through the game further. I'm trying to think of what footage I still need from Breath of the Wild for making a video with. More cutscene stuff would be good. So getting more of, like, the cutscenes that happen as you progress through the main story. Go into some of those spots where you can get flashbacks to the before times. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Otherwise, we're just hanging out, really. Sorry, just still fiddling with our setup over here a little bit. I'm always tweaking our little streaming setup bit by bit between each stream, trying to optimize the setup a bit, just to make sure that I'm seeing and hearing everything okay. One thing that I'm still trying to improve a little bit is making sure that, like, I can hear alerts for, like, donations and stuff. Or for, like, bits, or for all of it, really. Because sometimes the audio for that is quiet enough that I'm not hearing them as they happen, which is not ideal. Still tweaking that a bit. Are we paused or done with Final Fantasy V? Mostly just temporarily paused. Partly because I think I want to do the Zelda video first. We've been doing a lot of Final Fantasy on New Frame Plus. Figured I'd give it a little break. But also, there's a couple of folks who have been dipping their toes into ROM hacking a bit for me to try to get some of the text in the game edited a bit, just to fix some of the names in the old translation. Which is super kind of them. Like, I dipped into it a little bit, enough to figure out basically how to do it, but I could tell that it was going to take a lot of time, and I wasn't confident in my ability to do it without breaking something. The main goal is to get Kryle's name fixed, really. That's just kind of that's the important one. Any other tweaks beyond that are just a bonus. But it'll be back. It and a couple of the other games that we were kind of playing through. Like, I want to do more Monster Hunter Rise. What was the other one? Cult of the Lamb as well. Thank you for the Pichu and the test. My little hack for hearing alerts louder is not working like I hoped. That's alright, we'll go with the old way. How's my day been today? Not been a whole lot of day to it so far, honestly. Slept in a little bit because we were up pretty late trying to get everything recorded play frame wise yesterday. And then just otherwise kind of just waking up, getting shower, getting all that. So this is the main thing that I am doing. I hope all of y'all's day is going pretty good though. Here, why don't we go ahead and get into the Zelda? We've been sitting here just chatting for a bit and we're not going to stop chatting once we get into the Zelda, so. Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed Star Fox with Emmons. I did as well. It's fun recording things with him again. But here we go. Ah. Beautiful. Darn, what a good game. So, to detail where we are in terms of the progress, I've done this one. This divine beast is handled. Life for the Zoras is looking pretty good. Haven't really done any of the others, though. This is kind of the state of things. It really has just been head over here, Kakariko, Hateno Village, Tech Lab, all that, and then pretty much just up into this territory. I haven't even gotten the map unveiled in this area. I should probably do that, huh? If I'm using OBS, I can get into advanced audio to turn on monitoring for channels I have muted so you can hear, but we cannot. It's true, and I've dabbled in that a lot here and there. It's I won't get into our whole setup or anything, but it's been tricky. Just I can hear the alerts. It's just balancing audio to so where I haven't got too much audio playing through my speakers here that's picking up on the mic or anything like that. You think the best one to look for things is the flowers? Is that that's a particular scene with Zelda, a particular flashback? I don't actually have the locations for any of those memorized. I'll probably need to pull up a walkthrough or something. Well, not a walkthrough, but pull up a guide for here's where you find all of the things. Let's go and get this darn area of the map uncovered at least. Whee! I wonder if we'll survive the jump. Get some of that tasty slow pan for the footage, though. A nice slow panning camera for some good B-roll. Thank you for the Pichu. Bad influence, Pichu. I don't know if we're gonna make it. We might be doing a splat here. Woohoo! All right. We live. Who's throwing... Excuse me. Who's throwing rocks? Who dares? Oh, you. I wonder if I can survive fighting you. You're probably right. This seems like overkill, arrows-wise. Haha, oh, that's satisfying. Oh, you're in trouble if I can catch you. Ah. There's so many games I'm playing at the same time, and it's utterly destroying my ability to play any other ones. Bouncing between Elden Ring, Dark Souls, this, Monster Hunter sometimes, other random things. It's hopeless. Eeh. Oh, wow, thank you for all the gift subs. Lewis Hansen, that's super kind of you. I'll pay more attention in a second when I'm not dying. Let's see here. Be dying. Fire arrows would probably be smart, wouldn't they? I mean, we're managing, but... Fine. Fire arrows it is. Do we win? I think we do. But yeah, thank you so much for those gift subs. That was super generous of you. Enjoy the subscriptions, everyone. Am I gonna start a grass fire here? This feels unsafe. Link, you should probably hold that higher up when it's fire arrows, buddy. Ah, dang. Just tearing through weapons here. But not dead, and that's really what matters. Especially given this is Breath of the Wild. I think this is going to be a very chill stream, which is perfect for me, because I recorded a ton of stuff yesterday, so that'll wear you out. The Flower Memory is northeast of the Ridgeland Tower, which is west of Hyrule Castle. Okay, good to know. I haven't done a lot of westerly stuff, so okay. So I'll have to do some of that. And I hope to see you guys cover the animation style of the Doom reboot. Would love to watch you play it here. I haven't seen the Doom reboot. Oh, you mean like the 2016 one? Sorry, I assumed there must be some new one that was popping up that I hadn't heard about. I wouldn't mind tipping into the Doom reboot. Go away, skeletons. I want some of this. I don't really have a good thing for mining it. Don't really have a hammer on me. Will any of this work? Yeah, it'll work. Do. Oh, the soundtrack is unquestionably phenomenal. Mick Gordon always does great work, whether it's rocking out with the Doom stuff or the more, like, much more chill stuff for Prey 2017. Well, relatively chill. Skeletons, are we done? Can we be done? Okay, cool. So yeah, good thing you know how to get to the flower cutscene. Absolute. We'll see if we can get that one today. And if y'all end up having any other ideas for animation-y things we should find or look at, within reason as to what I can actually get to and do this early in the game. Otherwise, we can just enjoy chilling out. It is a Dan streaming at a European-friendly time. Just for you. I mean, it's a weekend, so it's really one of the only days I can. But I'd been doing a lot of evening streams in a row, so I figured might as well do something that a European can reasonably show up for, while also getting sleep they need. How far in am I? I have done one of the Divine Beasts, the Ruta... Oh. Thank you for the Zote. That one. So we've done the Zora side of the main story things, and I don't really have a plan for which one to do next. I feel like my... Oh. This thing. I feel like my instinct would be desert. I mean, I know you can do them all in whatever order you want to, but I'm glad we do have some Europeans able to join us today. My plan worked. I know that most of the time, I'm probably going to be streaming evenings, just as a result of reality of day job working hours, but every now and then I'll try to get in a Sunday morning. Oh, you sent something through the P.O. box. Thanks for letting me know. I've not had a chance to run over there to check recently, but I'll see if I can get out there to do it tomorrow, because, yeah, I wouldn't, I would not want something else sent to just get sent back because I wasn't able to make it out. Thanks for the heads up on that. And yeah, and don't be afraid to, like, ping me on Twitter or Patreon or wherever if, like, you've sent something and are getting notifications that it's not been picked up yet, because I do try to get out there as frequently as I'm able to, but if I know there's something there that could be in danger of getting sent back, I will definitely make a point of, like, yeah, go out there. Someone was nice and sent a thing. I'll be honest, Lewis Hansen, is it Lewis or Louis? Sorry, I'm not meaning to say your name wrong. I, too, am sometimes amazed I managed to crank out as much as I do content-wise, while at the same time feeling incredibly dissatisfied with how much I'm able to crank out content-wise. I really want there to be more New Frame Plus videos than there are. Ooh. Little shooting star. I haven't chased down one of those yet. But then I've also not... That's not the button. I've also not really gotten access to a lot of the map yet either, have I? So if Hyrule Castle is roughly hereabouts, or maybe the next one over. I suppose that flower cutscene would be, like... We'll make our way over there. Which main... Which main, like, Divine Beast story thing should we head to next? Desert situation? Sky situation? Volcano situation? The world is our oyster, full of problems and situations to deal with. Seeing some votes for desert here. I mean, I've seen some votes for all, but it looks like desert's winning a little bit. Couple votes for sky also. And volcano. Okay, this is getting... Maybe we should do a poll. I feel like that's going to work better than whatever it is I'm doing. It's time for a new poll. One moment. Let me set it up. Which Divine Beast. Next. Desert. Sky. Volcano. All right. 1 minute to vote. Beginning now. Wait. Nope. Service error. Beginning now? Beginning soon. Hang on. Twitch. I'm trying to do a poll. Work with me. Divine Beast next. Desert. Sky. Volcano. Start poll. There we go. The poll is up. You have 1 minute. Cast your votes. Do I have this on the map already? I might. I think I do. Yeah, I think I got that on the map already. Ooh. Might have that one too. But I don't think so. The little crystal stamps are the towers. That's what I've been using to mark them. And the stars are the little shrines. That's my system. And the poll's concluded and the desert has won. We're headed southwestward. Which is a long way to go. We can warp, obviously, but why not? We'll hit a couple stops along the way. Maybe we'll reveal this part of the map also. Why not?
Thanks, pal.
Thank you very much for gifting the subs there. Dianel, sorry. Downlay. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you very, very much for the generosity. And apologize. I apologize for the incorrect pronunciation. Because there's absolutely no way that I said the name right. Aw. You're just paying it forward? It's kind of you. Day? I can just say day? All right. I shall do that henceforth. Thanks for the clarification. Doggone it, I'm hitting the wrong button every single time. This general direction. Through the swamp. Or marsh. These all sound like much less pleasant words for how pretty this is, but I don't know what else to call it. Ooh, that's something. That's a Korok, I think. Hey, little buddy. Come here. Haha. I don't know how you do it. This Zelda is second to last in terms of how I rank how much I enjoy Zelda games, and I'm watching you play and still thinking, well, this could be fun to play again. You have a skill for making games look fun to play. Wow, good, I'm glad. And it's okay. I mean, you don't have to like this one. It's okay. Of all the Zelda games, though, this is easily the most fun to just kind of putter around in. I mean, it could be super objective focused if you want, but it's also just a fun little sandbox to goof with and explore and just find a point on the map and decide, all right, I'm going to get there. Let me figure out how to get there. Sometimes it's just as easy as walking through a marsh. Other times, you got to start planning a route. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who felt sort of like a sort of an Elden Ring instinct pang as soon as I saw the little glowing thing moving across the ground, like, I need to attack this and learn an ash of war. Ow. You hit a lot harder than I remember. It is a pretty big club, I suppose. Leave me alone, jerk. Snipe you. Explosively. Let's see. That's too snipey a bow for me to be using. Ow. I'll take this. This is stronger. Ooh. Free horse. Free horse. All right, then. I barely ever use horses in this game. Because they're not super convenient. Oh, hey, castle. And also a village it looks like I've not gone to before. Oop, someone needs help. Come on, horse. Well, one person needs help. The other person's managing just fine. Sorry, horse. Didn't mean to bonk you. Meant to bonk this other guy. I'm not very practiced with horse riding. Boy, y'all are sturdy. And I'm bad at dodging. Need a new bat. Need a new spear. There we go. Boom! Get out of here with that nonsense. You alright? You've done what neither my wife nor I could have, and we're alive as a result. Thank you. You bet. I suppose no place in Hyrule is safe anymore, not even the settlements. All the more reason for me to redouble my training in order to help my beloved Sorelia. Well, good luck out there. Is the other person okay? Oh, they both are. Good. Oh, they just had a camp out here. That's nice. What's the view about spoilers for this session? I mean, I assume we're spoilers fine here. Like, we're not story focused on this particular game here. I'm just kind of dipping into it for footage and whatnot. Probably best not to just start explaining the entire story or anything, but let's let's be considerate of folks for whatever reason they've not played it yet and want to be able to still, but I think we can be mostly spoiler lax here. This game has been out for a bit. I don't think I ever encountered this camp either. There's a lot of this game I've not encountered, though. Well, glad you two are still alive. I am going to borrow your campfire here, though. Here we go. So, let's cook something. I don't know what, but something. Got a lot of fish. Throw in some salt and maybe some herbs. There we go. That can recover way more hearts than I currently have. That's probably overkill. We can probably dial back a little bit on that. Maybe this time just 2 fish. And herbs and rice? What did I think about the animation of Varuta? It was fine. Like, wow, that was an even better meal. Like the animation of, thank you, Zote. The animation of everything in Breath of the Wild is, like, at minimum, serviceable. And gets the job done and works. Some of it looks pretty cool. Like, it's really the design of Varuta that is the real win. The look is cool, the concept is cool. The Divine Beasts look pretty awesome. The movement is just pretty standard, large thing. But it looks good. Hello, horse. You know, horse, you seem cool. Let's go stable you. We're near a place. This really is still a beautiful game. Considering the hardware it's got to run on. Ooh. Now there's a friend I want to talk to. Yeah, horse. Horse, whoa. Chill. We're not going to the campfire right now. We're going over here. Goodness, there's a lot of people to talk to. Seems a solid horse. Decent enough anyway. What do we call our horse, chat? I leave this one to you. Horsinante. Hunts. Dog. Horse. Turtle. Torrent. Dance. Horse is pretty fun. I can go for horse. Perfect. Now let's look at the animation of a couple of folks here. I do love that whatever Cass is playing is just whatever the local music is a lot of the time. Just adding a little accordion layer.
Ah.
Oh yeah, we've not met a bird person in this yet. Hello, Yen. Yes, I'd love to hear a song, Cass. Now, normally I read the normally I read the character dialogue when I'm doing playthroughs, but since we're not really story focused here, and because I recorded just tons of very talky play frame stuff yesterday, we'll just enjoy the nice accordion tunes. Oh, is Hjors the name that... Hjors is the name that, Barry's chat called Epona in Twilight Princess? Well, I'm glad we're continuing the legacy then. Legend of Hjors. Breath of the Wild. Is it okay to ask if I've finished Elden Ring and how far ahead you are in episodes? It's usually safe to assume I'm always at least a week, if not two, ahead in recording of anything on Playframe. I have not finished it yet. I'm guessing... I mean, I don't know how much is left exactly, but based on, like, the number of areas remaining, I'm guessing I've got a week or two left still to record. Maybe more, depending on how fast I am about it, how difficult fights are. All that. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Lauren Streams. Trying to figure out the timeline for Zelda makes your head hurt. Yeah, Zelda, pretty much with most any Nintendo franchise, for the most part, well, that's not true. For a lot of the Zelda franchises that were started without a lot of clear timeline to them, like Zelda, I am perfectly content to not care about the timeline at all. Especially if I get the impression that the people behind a franchise weren't concerned with timelines or continuity for a long time. Whether or not they decide to try to retrofit or apply one later or not, I'm usually content to just like, I enjoy them as little independent bits and pieces. It's a sort of thing where, like, for Zelda and to a lesser extent, like Metroid and a bunch of other ones, if finding the continuity really just, like, if all the value it is adding to any individual story is just kind of trivia, if the continuity does not impact the story experience in some way, then it's just usually not something that I find all that valuable. Usually. There are exceptions, but especially in Zelda, it just feels like it's... Even just trying to make it work often feels sort of like just kind of messy and cluttery. Not that there's anything wrong, obviously, with enjoying that kind of fun. That fun mental exercise of, figuring out the continuity of a story, or kind of headcanoning a fun, like, continuity or connections between different stories or whatever. It's just not a thing that I find... It's not a thing I find all that interesting a lot of the time. The Master Torch. I'm here for it. Can I have the Master Torch? Well, I guess if I had found the Master Torch, I wouldn't just give it to some stranger either. What is to the west of here? That's where I'm going. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Account made for ants. And good name, also. Let's grab this thing. Ah, thanks for you subscribing as well, CyberEgg. I hope you are all enjoying or are up for just an extremely chill, laid-back Zelda stream. Because again, I don't have a whole lot specifically planned. I'm just kind of playing some more Breath of the Wild, getting footage where it makes sense. Chatting. All right, gonna be doing some of these. There we go. Might need another one. I've thwarted you. Get out of here with your nonsense. Goodness, that's deep. Playing with all the physics and your little toys in Breath of the Wild really is just fun in a simple, visceral way. Fighting the boss inside Varuta, that like whatever variant of Ganon that is really fun. Like I was messing around with this little ice ability, and I didn't even realize that you could, anytime that enemy spawns in, you can drop some ice right underneath them. It will raise them up, and all of their big sweep attacks will just go over your head. Like they almost can't hit you with any kind of melee attack anymore. It really works. And I just figured that out by accident. I bet there's like 10 other clever things you can do with your power in there. It's such a fun toy kit. Okay. Oop. Not quite how I meant to go about this, but we're in it now. Hope their aim's not good. Go boy. I didn't think that all the way through. Oop. We've been raided. Welcome, MDH Rights and friends. Hello. We're playing Breath of the Wild, but like very chill. Just laid back. I'm getting footage for a video at some point. Looking at some of its animation from time to time, especially kind of focused on where personality surfaces in it. Yeah, it's not gonna help. Eeh. Ow. This is not a good position to be in. No, it is not. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna make it. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, Potionomics is gorgeous. Ow. Yeah, Potionomics is great. Big fan of Potionomics. I've only played like an hour or so of it, but it is really fun. Great animation, especially considering how tiny the team is. Highly recommend, especially anybody who likes Reciteer or the more shop-oriented aspects of Moonlighter. Potionomics is that plus like some more social sim and like relationship building stuff, and great animation. Highly recommend. There will definitely be a one-off on Playframe eventually of that game. What are you doing down here, friend? Ooh. Terrified of deep water, are we? So, like, they're keeping face animation on everyone very, very simple. And that is okay and understandable. This is a real, like, technical nightmare they've set up for themselves on the Switch, just with this open world and how gorgeous this all has to look. Characters need to be really performant and stripped down. You can't have a lot of geometry in the face. You can't. His eyes are actually, like, locking onto mine, though. Like, as he nodded his head, his pupils stayed locked, like, in eye contact with Link. So they've got some sort of eye tracking thing going on in there. Yeah, look at that. I don't feel like I've been seeing that in a lot of these other characters, especially not Link. Link kind of looks like he's making eye contact a little bit, but mostly he's head tracking. I think his pupils are staying exactly where they are. And they're also like he's just very slightly wall-eyed also. He's got this like real Simpsons look to his face a lot of the time that makes him just look very no thoughts, not listening, not paying attention. Which is fitting, because I also wasn't paying attention to what that guy asked for. Too lost in his eyes. But yeah, like this character's face, it's real simple. The way they've got his face set up. They can't do a whole lot of expressiveness with it, or a ton of expressive range, but it works. Like, I think this works pretty well. The pupils moving in the eye socket, like, makes a world of difference. And just, yeah, like, there's a lot of character to the way the character is designed and the face expressions they got in there. It's simplified, I think, down from what we've been seeing in any of the games we played more recently, Wind Waker or Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword. But given they're having to do a real big open world here, which is just huge technical ask for Switch hardware and Wii U hardware, which this also came out on, keeping NPC geometry and everything super simple makes a lot of sense. And for simple, this works really well. And Link doesn't, and I am trying to pin down exactly why. Yes, I have magic powers. Look out for that, by the way. Sorry. And they're doing some good, like, pantomime emotes with their body. So, like, even if their face is pretty simple in the animation, like, they're doing big gestures that are nice and clear. Nice. You mentioned Warframe a lot, but Warframe's animations are, sorry, I'm reading chat now, are all very built for over-the-right shoulder camera that the game has. You can switch the camera over to left shoulder and everything's janky looking. Yeah, that's that is a thing. Like, I do applaud them on the one hand for making the animations look good specifically to the camera they're expecting the player to have. It does make me wonder if being able to switch the camera over to the other shoulder was not something that was in the original game, like launched game's intended design, and it's a thing they added later. but the animations were already created to look good to one camera, so they're kind of in a bind in that way. Like, it makes a lot of sense. And it's the exact same, like, if that is what happened, if, like, the animators went in building the animations a certain way because they were expecting a consistent camera angle that wasn't going to change, that is exactly what I would urge them to do. Sculpt the animations to look good to that camera angle. And then I, too, would get caught in the, oops, they can do a new camera angle now, and now it looks bad from that side. Oops. So it can backfire on you, but whenever you have the luxury of a known camera angle in a video game, use it. Because if you can sculpt animations to look good to a specific camera, man, there's so much more you can do in 3D to get appealing poses and everything. Always cheat to the camera. And hope that camera doesn't change on you. So hang on. You think Link's expressiveness in Breath of the Wild, or in Age of Calamity, is better than in Breath of the Wild? Age of Calamity's Link's lack of expressiveness, when he does lack it, kind of fits with the story too. Because since he's an active knight, so he's expected to stay silent and non-reactive in certain situations, which is a shame since it's not how he is in Breath of the Wild. I need to get into Age of Calamity a little bit more to see their approach to expressiveness there. And where he does express. I feel like a lot of the places where I've heard people in... So, like, I've already made, and a lot of you probably already know, I've already made a video about Link's animation and talked a lot about his lack of expressiveness on Playframe. A couple of them. The early wrong play videos. I'm taking your food. And lots of folks, like, proposed some explanations for why Link lacks, like, expression in so many circumstances, and why he's just kind of blank-faced even in cutscenes all the time in ways that he never was in any of the previous Zelda games, and reasons why he takes well over a minute to do any kind of idle fidget or do anything other than this weirdly robotic stand straight forward doing nothing else. Some folks, like, have suggested that that is kind of trying to be in character, that he is a guard. That doesn't work for me. I don't think... that feels to me, and this is an easy thing to do, so I'm not meaning to, like, call anyone out. There's a tendency that all of us can kind of do where we kind of can, we can paint a target around where the creator's arrow fell and say that it was exactly what was intended and what it was meant to be, right? Like we'll say that, like, this is exactly what Nintendo was aiming for. And we'll find an explanation for why. And we'll come up with an explanation for why that is, right? Which, it's an understandable thing, especially when you're trying to figure out, why is it like this? Was it meant to be like this? What could they have been intending? I think if this was what they were aiming for, I think it was not a good target for them to aim for. I think if you were given direction, if we didn't have a character to look at all, if Link was just hiding behind a rock, Link, hide behind a rock, Link, hide behind a... Link, I need you to... Fine. We're just going to be invisible then, Link. Perfect. If we were just going to... If Link didn't exist, and we were given the direction, okay, here is your character model. We want to give this guy... He's a silent protagonist, and he's a little bit of a, like... Not a full blank slate, but he is a silent protagonist for the player to project themselves onto, just a little bit. So... But he does still need to have, like, a little life to him. He's a human being. We do want to give him a little bit of personality. We want his animation to reflect that he is a quiet, reserved person, and he is a royal guard. Quiet and reserved, you can still get plenty of expressiveness in a quiet, reserved character. That we can think of lots of, like, there's lots of characters in TV and anime and lots of series who are quiet, but you still see plenty of expressiveness on their faces. You can see the thoughts they are having. They may not want to participate in conversation very much. They may be very reserved, but they'll still be, like, they're still acting like humans and people. And I think if I was wanting to present a royal guard in that scenario, I don't think that that would mean he stands. I would not interpret that as Link stands at attention all the time, never even looking around, never even like considering his surroundings when he's out in the wild in a dangerous area. Like, none of that really works for me. If anything, yeah, like, he needs vigilance. You're right. Like, if anything, he is, as a royal guard, he is a soldier in an unfamiliar scenario. And the more he learns about it, the more he realizes this is dangerous and I am needed. Like, being a royal guard doesn't mean you stand on guard like a weird, like, British, like, royal family, palace guy. I forget what their actual official name is. Like, you don't stand like that all the time. If you're actually on guard, like if you're like in a decorative sense, sure, you can do that. You can just be standing and like be background furniture around the castle. But if you're actually guarding someone, you're being vigilant, you're paying attention, you're watching your surroundings, you are looking out for the person you're trying to protect. And if you're by yourself out in an unfamiliar situation, then you're going to be looking around, making sure that there's nothing sneaking up trying to eat you. You're going to be in survival mode. Yeah, he's definitely not a ceremonial guard. That's not his character. If he was a ceremonial guard, then I think you could make an argument for that being a characterization touch where he always stands very stiff and formal all the time, even where it doesn't make sense. And that could be kind of a goof about him. But that doesn't, like, I don't think that's what they're going for. That's not what he actually is in the story. That explanation just doesn't work for me. It makes a lot more sense to me that he is that way because, like, he needs a basic idle stance to be in as a video game character, and they are expecting that he needs to be able to, like, blend and switch to any one of these other animations quickly. As for why there's not, like, an idle fidget that happens sooner, that honestly still baffles me. I wonder if it is a glitch or just kind of an oversight, because I really still think you don't need anything big. He doesn't have to do a big stretch. He doesn't have to make, like, the loud Ocarina of Time Link sort of noises doing his little stretch or any of that nonsense. It can just be looking around, taking in the sights along with you. They might have planned for Link to, like, fade away and let the landscape speak for the game. I can see that too. Honestly, like, that's kind of what happens naturally anyway, right? Like, if we're just standing in place, if the player's doing this, they're probably looking at their surroundings. Link is already kind of out of focus background for them, ironically, given he's the foreground element. And you don't want him to draw too much attention in that scenario. I think it does make a lot of sense for Link to not do anything too attention grabby as an idle fidget, but like here, he's just dozing off a little bit, which is cute. And especially if you're just like, if you're looking at the environment right now, until that last little, whoop, sorry, I almost fell asleep moment there, you're probably not even going to notice he's moving. Anyway, I've rambled enough about Link's Breath of the Wild idle fidgets too much. Especially considering it's really not just the idle fidgets. If it was just the weird thing where he barely has any idle fidgets and they take a minute to show up, that's a huge missed opportunity for... Huge missed opportunity for characterization. But it's not like the end of the world. You can... There's other possibilities to take advantage of. Stop it. Quit. Quit and stop it. It's true. I have said before, it is always time to criticize Breath of the Wild Link expressiveness. Oop. Didn't realize I was this close to the castle. Yipes. Okay. Escape. Quick. Run! Have we talked about Zelda's animation and memories? We haven't, but I think that's a good reason to try to find some of those. Oop, bats. Hang on. No more bats. Where have I wound up now? I want to run to that. But that thing's standing in the way. Like, I can definitely vibe with the theory that the devs are aiming for a more laid-back experience, and I think that's perfectly fine, but I don't think that you need Link to be... Uh-oh. Bats have returned. I don't think Link needs to be vacant, zero thoughts, zero anything to achieve that. Like, fine if you don't want him to be moving around a whole ton, or, like... having Wind Waker amounts of character. Oops. That's not a good throw. Hello, Pichu. Bats, come on. Bats. Go away. If nothing else, I think one change they could have done is literally just have Link's pupils be moved in toward the nose about 2 degrees each so that he actually looks focused on what he's looking at and not empty-headed. That alone would make a pretty huge difference. And having him like actually look people in the eye a little bit better. Those are tiny changes that would add up to a lot, I think.
Nah.
Thank you for the Zote and the almost Zote, Brave Othello. Like, I think there's other open world games you can look to that also have like really laid back and beautiful environmental stuff where the main character has plenty of personality, and that does not in any way rob the game of that look. Like, Ghost of Tsushima is a environment art, like, spectacle. It is gorgeous. And they've created, like, special... I've not played far enough in there to, like, really know the full scope of what you can do, but you can, like, stop and look around and, like, play the flute. Just looking at the environment. And the camera will, like, reframe you in a cool way. They, like, really take advantage of that. Imagine if Luke could pull out an ocarina at any time, if you left him idle for a while. Or if you just chose to pull out an ocarina and he could start playing it and the camera would reframe him a bit and you could just vibe with Link in the environment. And that adds a little something to him, too. He's got an instrument. He remembers some music. Heck, you could meet Cass. This is getting more, like... This is becoming a more involved feature. This is becoming not an easy thing to implement anymore. But you could have meeting Cass every time he could teach you a new ocarina song. Anytime you found him. And then from then on, Link could play that ocarina at any time, and you could just, like, enjoy the environment around him as you played. Like, that's the sort of thing, to me, that is that's the sort of feature that you come up with, I think, to really... pursue this is a chill, laid-back experience, and we want to encourage that vibe. Not just draining your character of personality. Yeah, or like stand near Cass and Link would join and play along. That's like a clever idea, and also 100% something you know Nintendo would do that. Like, that's that sort of clever little character behavior thing that you would just kind of discover. Nintendo is so good at thinking about that and then implementing it. And I love that Nintendo does that. It feels like I'm pointing out lots of missed opportunities here in Breath of the Wild. A game which, despite all the criticism I'm leveling at it, is still phenomenal and I adore. This is more dangerous than I had hoped. This place is surrounded, isn't it? This place is completely surrounded by things that are and it's raining. That feels like a sign. There's no way we're getting to the top of this. Yeah, the 3 hearts is making me a little anxious too. Let's have a last meal. I wonder if I don't even know if I have weapons strong enough to give this thing what for. I should move. Not that way. Still alive.
It is my pleasure.
Technically. There was a time when I was really good at the laser shield parries, I guess. There's no time like the present to remember. Or just destroy all my shields. Too slow. Too slow and on fire. I think I'm not doing the parry. Actually, I'm not doing the parry. I was just pulling the shield out. That's not the parry. What is the parry? Hold the shield. That's what it is. What's the lock-on button again? I thought it was just holding ZL, which also holds the shield out. It is just ZL, right? Sorry, y'all are really seeing the rust now. The rust in the playing too many games at once. Do I have anything that boosts amount of hearts? Well, this will just be a very high stakes parry. A little too slow. Yeah, we're losing all our shields, but we're learning. There it is. Boom, okay. Clutch. It feels so good to do that it's worth losing all of your shields, failing to do it 10 times. Now, how many more times are they gonna make me do that to climb this tower? At least one. All right, that one sees me. If I can stick to like this side, maybe I can not get into their firing range. This might work. And you know what? As long as we gotta climb, let's abandon fashion and climb better. Dan, hello. How's it going? I'd like to think that I summoned you here by doing a really clutch, competent Guardian laser parry. How's your day going, Dan? Hey, you know what I'm really grateful this game does? If you jump out to the side, in real life, I I would not be able to do this. But in Ocarina, in Breath of the Wild, on a side jump, you kind of magically just sort of whoop, cling to the side, which is good because that's what you kind of want it to do in that situation, and I'm grateful. It's a good touch. Finally woke up, about to go out for tea with Lil. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Say hello to Lil for me. Enjoy the tea. That's a great way to spend a Sunday. Dang. Legend of Zelda Macarena with Lime. Sorry for the people watching the VOD. That's a thing someone said in chat. That wasn't me just saying random words. Much as I'd love to take credit for everything chat says, I really feel like I should have given a little more context with that one. This is fun. This is a fun way to spend a chill Sunday. All right, if we keep moving at like this rate, we're gonna get to the desert very slowly. So why don't we warp ourselves? This feels like the easiest spot to do it from, yeah? Yeah, probably. I really hope Tears of the Kingdom does have an ocarina. I'm just excited to see what Tears of the Kingdom adds, because they're clearly adding stuff. Like, they could have gone real easy and just literally made Breath of the Wild 2. It's all the Breath of the Wild you liked before, just new map and new mission to do in it. Or same map, slightly changed, but they're clearly going all in, doing lots of... Oop, our poor boy. See, like, this is a great thing. This is a great animation that I love. Now let's lose that for a sec. This is a great animation. This is expressive. Like, Link's actual facial expression changes for it. The teeth chattering, the pose. This is phenomenal. No notes. It's great. So, all right, before I go wandering out into the desert and really manage to get myself super dead out there, because I just always manage to do that. Let's think for a sec. He kind of has one for overheating. He wears a facial expression where he looks very tired, and he has an idle fidget. I don't know if he does it in the menu. Maybe he does. He has an idle fidget where he like wipes his brow, which looks good. We'll have to check though. We're about to go out to the desert. Let's brainstorm here for a second. Where are the places where we do get some good personality from Link in Breath of the Wild, just to know as a framework? Some occasional things like this, like when he's in a specific state, and the animation is there to kind of communicate to you, hey, you are in this state right now, and you should know that because you may want to do something about it. In this case, he's cold. He's losing health actively. You need to do something to warm him up. There are a few other contextual ones based on his environment, like in the volcano. If he's really overheating, there's some at least fidgets and maybe a changed idol for that. Same if he is in desert heat. I think there's a different one for volcano and desert heat. Cooking food has some cute little animations to it, like there's some personality to it. His little cheer when he makes good food is great. I love that. Does he do something when he's eating bad food? I mean, it's a great way to find out. As I have some bad food here on my person. Let's find a good angle here. Let's frame this a little bit. It's not the best lighting, but it'll work. So, sorry, if you start making YouTube videos or anything, or capturing footage, like your brain just starts thinking of this all the time, like, hang on, let me find the good angle that's clear, nice composition, or as best as I can. All right, I have bad food on me that I made myself. Let's see. Actually, this is just gonna happen in the menu, isn't it? That's fine. Didn't even need to frame it nice. Can't recover any more hearts? That's all right. That's not... Listen, recovery is not why we're here. He wasn't super excited about eating it, but... he managed. Does it always go that way, or can he sometimes be grossed out? I like the relief you sense on his face, where he's just like, okay, he eats it. Okay, this isn't so bad. I can eat this. I can eat this. There's like a little bit of relief there, and I like that for him. Try to eat a meal with rocks and screws? Surely they wouldn't let you. You can't just... No. It's like they don't let you eat just anything, right? Raw fish? I mean, I guess eating raw fish isn't that weird, is it? He does have several different eating animations, which I do like. Like, if you... We're just going to waste a bunch of food here. I don't care. If you eat a skewered fish, he looks like he's eating something off of a skewer. Let's find one that's not like one of our best ones. Here we go. And that's really cute. Look at that. And like the patting the stomach, all that. Like, lots of good personality there. I wish I love these glimpses we get. But as soon as the individual animation is over, it vanishes again. And he's just back to kind of blank neutral or all business. Like, this neutral expression here is totally fine as a baseline. I just want to see a little bit more life in him. Are there other places where we get to see a little bit more Link personality? In cutscenes, this is why I want to get more footage of cutscenes, because he sometimes is at least looking around. He's not really engaging with people, though. He's not even always, like, making eye contact with them. You can cook with inedible ingredients to make a special bad food. Ooh, okay. All right, so there's conversations been going on in chat. Sorry, I'm catching up. Backing it up here. Nintendo does not like to repeat themselves, which is both a blessing and a curse. See Paper Mario series. True. I do need to see the Paper Mario series, frankly. I think the only one of those I've played all the way through is the one on the Wii, which I actually did like. I know that that's one that's an outlier. It's not like how other Paper Mario games are. I plan to do some on Playframe someday, for sure. Because those seems like they're going to be fun. There's a conversation about difficulty happening somewhere in here that the thread started way further back. So I don't think I'm going to see all of it. Definitely getting some votes for Thousand Year Door of the Paper Mario games. And yeah, I'm game for that. I don't get the sense that there's any reason to play those in any kind of order, right? Other than just whatever order you want. They're pretty self-contained. It feels like the ones to play are original, Thousand Year Door, Super Paper Mario, which I still think is good, even if it's not like a fan favorite, and Origami King, I've heard some good things about too. All pretty self-contained. That's good. I like that. But yeah, Thousand Year Door seems to be the truly beloved one by everybody. Anyway, back to Link stuff. I actually, like, some of you are saying this, and I agree with you. There is something sweet. I do like that Link... The fact that Link's personality emerges specifically, and most when he's cooking, actually does kind of communicate a little something about him, and I like that. I like that you see how much joy he gets out of cooking and eating, by how much bigger his reactions to those are. And I think that's great. I would want to preserve that. I don't think you have to make him completely vacant and neutral all the rest of the time to get that, but I do think that that is something that is really cool and cute, and I love that, and I'd want that preserved. Definitely, like, seeing the biggest reactions from him around food is something that I think is actually worth continuing. Because it's adorable. I think just having him look around a little bit, even in this screen, the same way he does in Wind Waker and Twilight and Skyward Sword, would add a little something. Maybe seeing him do just some really basic... This is all kind of in fidget territory, but there's a lot of... Like, a fidget can mean so many different things. Just little adjustments to his gear. Like, if he's got a big sword or weapon on his back, maybe do like a little kind of a reach up, kind of grab the strap, sort of like adjust it on his shoulder a little bit. Maybe if the weight's getting kind of heavy. You could have him pull up the... This is just total brainstorm now, but brainstorming is the fun part. It's when you can just come up with all the ideas without having to do a ton of work. It's the most fun part of animating. You could have him pull up the little Sheikah slate and sort of like look at it or fiddle with it, like he's not like he's checking his phone, but that he's like kind of looking for information on it. You could have him, like, he does plenty of things like adjusting his gloves, like kind of tighten the straps down a little bit. He loves like Link is just always tapping the toe of his boots against the ground. And he's not the only character. I see that in anime and Japanese games a lot as a great idle fidget, but I love it. Like, that's a good detail, and it's one he's done before. Oh, you've made a short, sweet version of the difficulty conversation. Thank you. Short and sweet. We're bouncing around a lot here. I found this game punishingly difficult because I didn't follow the prescribed path because I was treating it like an open world game where I could go anywhere. And it caused me to not have upgraded armor or any combat direction for the first lots of hours. And I just assumed that was another new challenge of the series, really hard combat. I didn't realize I was doing an accidental Dan Jones style challenge run. Yeah, it does sound like you kind of were on accident. I love that you actually can get that difficulty from this Zelda game if you decide, like, I want to go here. I'm going to be stubborn about it. I'm going here. I don't have gear for it, but I'm going to figure out how to do it. And because you have a lot of tools, so there is something kind of sometimes fun about stubbornly deciding, I don't have what I need to get here. I don't think, or at least not easily. But I bet I could do it. The open worldness of this game allows you to really get determined to do something and then feel the satisfaction of like, heck yeah, I got here. There's nothing I can actually do here now that I'm here, I notice, but I got that checkpoint. I can warp here when I want to. Give me 20 hours of finding gear elsewhere and I'll be ready. It's great. But it does mean that you can create your own difficulty on the plus side. On the downside, it means you can accidentally create your own difficulty, which is less fun. It gives you all the rope in the world to hang yourself with. Which is a real bummer if you're not trying to hang yourself. I'm trying to think of other good opportunities for characterization that aren't like I've talked about idle fidgets so much now, and there's other places. What would be good opportunities for characterization that's not too much, that's not like fundamentally changing who Link is, but does feel in character for who he is, that would work in this game, and ideally kinds that would not be breaking the bank, stuff that would like have a cost in terms of work hours and other stuff, but like wouldn't be a ridiculous ask. It would be feasible. I think seeing him engage slightly more with NPCs when you click on them and converse, because they address you. They They make eye contact with you. They do little talking gestures. I like that Link does sort of like put his hands on his hips, which is still a pretty like sort of stiff, formal, like not super socially. It's a very sort of like blank, simple way to engage with someone, but he does change his stance when he's talking to somebody. So he does. So that's something, right? A small little victory pose after defeating a group of enemies. That could be cool. Yeah, you could do things like the... a lot of people really loved the Twilight Princess sort of sword flourish after defeating enemies at the end of combat. You could do things like that for the different weapons, which, again, once you start getting into that sort of like... The scope for that can balloon fast, so you got to be real careful with this brainstorming, but that's a possibility. Yeah, you can do like a lot of it, especially in a big sandbox like this. Having his animation be somewhat contextual, having it reflect his current situation and environment, you can get a lot out of that. Like little touches, like in a lot of open world games, when a character is swimming and gets out of water, seeing them kind of like flick their arms to kind of like shake the water off themselves as they get out and start walking around. That can be a nice touch. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I will. Ooh, an animation for when his horse is next to him. That's a good idea. Yes. I think the horse does have... From what I've seen, weirdly, the horse animation in Breath of the Wild actually is pretty robust. And, like, the horse looks at you and head tracks you and everything, which is really nice. I think maybe having him... If he is standing near the horse, maybe he could like reach out to pet it, if that made sense. That could get pretty animation complicated, given like you could be standing anywhere around a horse facing any direction. And unless you're having Link actually actively move somewhere to do a synced animation with the horse, that's getting pretty complicated. I'll try to keep it simpler than that, but that's like, as a characterization idea, it's good though. Like good characterization idea, potentially just a higher scope one. Than we'd want to aim for. Hang on. I need to run to the washroom real quick anyway, but I'm going to keep thinking on this. And I'll let y'all listen to some music while I'm away. And if y'all think of any other cool ideas, I want to hear them when I come back. Because I'm just in fun brainstorm mode now. We're not even playing Breath of the Wild. We're just in animator mode. But that's okay. So hang on. All right. I'm going to run to the washroom and brainstorm. And I'll be back in a few. Enjoy the tunes. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I'm still eating peanuts, but hang on. Look how pretty it is out here. Their lighting system in this game is so darn good. It's not even really the lighting system, just their time of day and their aesthetic and color work is so phenomenal in this game. Like, I feel like there is no game that is a better argument for the power of art design and aesthetic work over graphics. Breath of the Wild is still a more beautiful looking game than a lot of modern open world titles that come out on much beefier systems. And it's not a graphical powerhouse. Like, look how flat and low res this rock we're standing on is. Look how dead simple this mountain is back here. Like, it's so simple. All those trees back there are billboards. Most of the trees near me are probably billboards too. Most all of the environmental detail has been completely removed because of the distance. Like, none of the grass is spawning anywhere out there. That's just a flat green texture. Almost all the detail has been stripped out of these places because I'm far away from them. But it doesn't matter because you're still seeing, like, the sunlight, you're still seeing the clouds in the distance there, the particles from the, like, snow and whatnot a little closer in, the effects of the wind. The kind of fog that sets in at a distance. It's just really beautiful looking. Like, there's not anything wildly better looking graphics-wise here than what you see in Pokemon Legends Arceus, which is not nearly as good looking a game. And understandably, like, this game, they had at least 5 years to be working on this one, and there's no way Legends Arceus got that. There's a reason most Switch games just don't look this good. But this is a real triumph here. Anyway, thank you for the stretch reminder as well. And we have a request to analyze the animation that plays when you run out of stamina and stand still while recovering it. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's another good animation that both sort of communicates Link's state while also having a little personality to it. Let's find somewhere nice and safe and open to run. 'Cause there are enemies around. It's down there, though. I might just keep it on this just chatting screen for a while, given we are mostly talking. We can go full screen at some point if y'all want to, though. How about an idle animation where Link checks his weapons over when durability is low? That way they have, like, an organic gameplay use where weapon durability is a core mechanic beyond being a flourish. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. Like, if a particular weapon is low durability, he, like, kind of, like, pulls it out and looks it over. Maybe he can't, like, do anything about it to make it more durable, but him acknowledging low weapon durability could be kind of cool. Getting more animations when he gets more of his memories back. Ooh, that could be a cool thing to tie things to. Like, I wouldn't want to see him go from, like, 0 expressions to being a more expressive character as he gets his memories back, because that's not how memories work. You don't getting amnesia doesn't make you not a human being anymore. You still have thoughts and feelings and reactions to things. You just don't remember stuff, so you don't have memories associated with different things. But having specific memory scenes that he finds, which then causes him to contextually react to things he sees in those memories differently, like, that could get kind of complex and scope huge over time, but that's a cool idea. Like, having him, Like, let's try to think of an example here. Having him, okay, if one of the memories had him shooting a bow, or learning to shoot a bow, or teaching Zelda or one of his other friends to shoot a bow, and anytime before you see that memory, he holds the bow a certain way with a certain posture, but after that memory, he holds it in a slightly different way, either reflecting the training slightly of that time, or just that he, like, his animations for doing specific attacks and specific activities changes slightly based on, like, what you see in some of those memories there. Or having him, or yeah, like adding idols based on what some of those what some of those memories showed, like sword drills. Like, NK dude, that's not a bad idea. Like, if we see a memory where we see him doing sword drills, then maybe if this particular link had idle fidgets that he did with any frequency, having one of them be doing those sword drills again, now that he's, like, just had the memory of doing them, like, that could be really cool. Seeing him become more, not become more of a person, but become more, remembering more of himself as he encounters these memories out in the world, could be like that could be pretty, like, potent too, emotionally. Yeah, memories could I do kind of like some of these character things being unlocked by the memories. You'd probably, if you were making it more of a system that way, you would probably need to make some of the biggest differences happen based on main story path events, like your character encounters with folks when handling each of the Divine Beast things, like having that be the main way players unlock stuff, since that stuff all players are going to encounter, instead of the completely optional memories, which you really only need to find, like, what, one of? It's the sort of animation feature that could become a big scope thing pretty easily, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, and there's a lot of cool things you can do in there. Yeah, like, it could just be variants of existing animations, which is not necessarily a small thing, especially if that's if it's an animation system like combat or whatever. Stuff needs to, like, blend from one to the next, and there's a lot of different attacks and animations associated with different weapons, so, like, making sure that you have animations, like a different animation set. Getting a full animation set changed based on, like, a memory Link has experienced could be a tall order in terms of, like, animation count wise, but could still be, like, a big win in terms of the impact it has. I'm really loving the idea of having his animations change based on things that he discovers in those memory sequences. Like, taking that memory system, which is already a pretty cool narrative thing that allows you to opt into learning more about the story if you want to. Like, you don't have to. If you're only interested in the here and now and that story, you can just focus on that. That's all the Golden Path really deals with. But if you want to know more about the what happened long ago, well, have we got an exploration task for you? You were going to explore this world anyway. Why don't you go chase down some of these memories? Do some archaeology. Become a historian. I don't know if he fidgets at all with the weapons out. I don't think he does. But that's a great thing to stand here for a minute and 15-ish seconds to test. fun idea you just had. Link takes a photo in an idle, and a random landscape photo gets generated. It was roughly 75-ish seconds. I don't remember the exact number either. More than 60, but less than 90. I want to say it was like a minute 7 or a minute 17, something like that. So if he's gonna do it, we should be seeing it pretty soon here. I'd be a little surprised if, given how few idle fidgets they've given him for just standing around without anything, I'd be kind of amazed if they made a bunch for all the different stances he could be holding a weapon in, but it's not impossible. But I do think we've gone on long enough to where it's not going to be happening, though. Yeah, I don't think he has one. Oh well. Let's go get this shrine down here. Here, we'll go back full screen again. And then, while we're down here, we can also try running around and get a look at his animation when he's out of breath. Here we go. Oh, dang. Go away. Back. Back, all of you. Hey. Go on. Beat it. Shoo. Get out of here. Hey. Excuse me. Bad dogs. We survived the dang Guardian. And yet. Good afternoon, Artful Taresk. Welcome. We're playing Breath of the Wild, but mostly just standing around brainstorming animation ideas in Breath of the Wild. Both of which are fun. And getting killed by wolves. It is a very soulsy way to go. In many respects.
Neva's grace is ready.
Where are those wolves anyway? Maybe I can get the drop on them. Wolves? Where were you? Ow. There you are. Hey. Y'all back off. Beat it. Leave. Go away. Not messing around anymore. I've died to you once. And I'm hungry. I feel like I remember there being 3 of you. Is it possible the lack of idle animation has to do as much with processing power as possible for the... has to do with saving as much processing as power for the world rendering, or is that not how it works? Typing it out, I'm beginning to think that's not how it works. Like, it's not impossible that some of these limitations are due to conserving processing power, but I don't think so. Like, the animation has to be loaded for him to do it at all, and he does do one. I could understand there not being a lot of animations loaded for that, but animations are also not, like... Animations aren't very large, size-wise. Like, holding a few idle animations in memory is not gonna break the bank. So I don't think that's one of the limitations that they'd likely be running into. It seems like an unlikely one to me, anyway. But okay, let's get ourselves out of breath. And then... the droop is good, and also the little, okay, I'm ready, afterwards is a very cute touch that I like. Another little flash of personality he sometimes displays. Hey, you finished your first playthrough of Elden Ring this afternoon. Congrats. I'm almost there with you, but not quite. Okie dokie. So I need to knock those over, but how best to do it? Tools-wise. Can I just grab them? No. Bomb seems like overkill. I don't feel like this is gonna work either, but... Oh. Shows what I know. Have I observed much of the inverse kinematics in this game? I don't recall if it's come up or if it was other games. A little bit. And this game definitely uses a little bit of real-time IK for Link's legs, and also all limbs when he's climbing. And they keep it pretty simple. More simple than Genshin Impact does, but I think that's actually for the best. I think it looks better that way, in this game's case. Nailed it. Hee Run. Okay. So I need to be... Can't really jump while carrying these. Can throw, but, If I throw it over there, it's just gonna roll off the other side. Hang on. I can pull that over here, which is mostly just useful for having a chest, but maybe we can use it for defense as well. Especially now that it's... I don't know if it being open is going to make it tall enough to actually block a laser, but we can, see? Otherwise, we'll just hide behind... it does, kind of. Nice. We'll just use this. Ah, dang. Can't run. Okay. There we go. Okay. Gonna need something more clever on this side, though. Think. Stasis helps a lot in this shrine. Oh, wow, I didn't even think of stasis. Yep, that would actually help a lot, wouldn't it? Let's wait for that to come back around, because I think that plus stasis could get me something. Oh, does stasis stop lasers entirely? Oop. Let's test that. You wait there. So stasis. Oh yeah, you could just hit them with it. Oh, cool. All right, I didn't know that was an option. In that case, whoop. Don't know if I have time here for that big block, but let's wait for big block to come around again. Then we'll stasis the laser near us and follow the block. And that'll cover it. Come on, bigger one. There it is. Okay. Pick up, move. Okay. There we go. Success. People are saying Link has a different animation for opening chests while barefoot. He does. And also barehanded. Next opportunity we get, I'll showcase this. It is a cute touch. They had to basically figure out... it's a solution to a kind of design issue they got themselves into, right? Where like a chests are movable and grabbable and can act like physics objects, but that does mean that chests that you're trying to open could be on their side or upside down. So like, how are we going to have Link open those? Do we, like, he can't do his usual da-da-da-da, like chest opening animation. So maybe he can just like, I don't know, kick it or hit it with his hand or something. And it'll just pop open and then he'll get the item. And then they thought, because they're Nintendo, they had the extra clever thought of like, all right, well, what if he doesn't like have shoes on or gloves or whatever? Then they're like, oh, well, then we can do a different animation for that. Which is really clever. And also, like, that's such a weird edge case that I'm amazed they went to the trouble for that and not some of the more obvious low-hanging personality fruit that it seems like is just there. We could definitely be wearing a better... this. There we go. So we got this now. That's nice. Having the map will be nice too. Let's see if we can manage to do all the climbing necessary to get over this wall. Because having a map here is going to help. Do. Yeah, like, weird as it is that Nintendo does sometimes go for those sort of like weird edge cases while not going for something that would, to me, seem much more obvious and beneficial. Like, I love that they still went for that edge case. I'm confused by it sometimes, but I adore that they do it. Am I allowed to grab this from here? Yes. And it needs to go roughly hereabouts. It's very orange out here. I'm imagining little touches like that, like in a team environment on a game this big. Those can kind of come about through a couple different ways. One is a couple of people on the team seeing an opportunity to do something clever, like having an idea and talking about it, and both of them being like, oh, I love this, we should totally do it. And they themselves have all the expertise and, whoop, really thought I was gonna land there, have all the skill they need to do it on their own. And so they just decide, we're just gonna put this thing in here and surprise people with it. And then people are surprised and everyone's usually delighted, and it's a thing that's in the game. And I suspect that's what most often happens. The other alternative, and I can actually also believe this totally being what happens in a Nintendo environment, is during some meetings or dailies or whatever at some point, one of the team leads or higher-ups has like an idea for something that would be kind of like cute or cool or have some personality to it, and then that then becomes an actual scheduled task. Whew, glad I'm allowed to stand here. But yeah, you can see the IK kind of kicking in on the ankles with that pretty uncomfortable looking pose, but better than the feet just totally clipping through. And you can see a little bit of the IK kicking in too, just making sure that his hands and feet kind of connect to the surface here. Like, it mostly kicks in, it seems like, once he stops moving. But they're trying to kind of make sure that his hands and feet are more or less conforming to the surface he's climbing, which is good. So sorry, there's someone else in chat kind of asking, I wonder if there's anything cultural in terms of what is prioritized in character animation. It would be interesting to compare Western and Japanese games more broadly. Maybe we're all feeling Link is missing character, but that's only because of our own cultural expectations and a different audience doesn't care as much. That is possible. And like, I wouldn't want to rule that out. At the same time, I don't think we need to compare to other Western games here. I think we can just compare it to every other Zelda game where he has way more personality. Like, that's what makes me think that this isn't a cultural thing. This is just a really specific to this particular game, for whatever reason. Whether it's intentional, in which case I feel like it's a choice that I don't necessarily agree with to have him be this vacant, or it's just sort of a result of just how the game came together, which happens. Like, that's how things happen, just as often as not. Smug Rainbow Pony, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am too. Having the ability to stream has been very fun. Don't know why, but I love watching the path/arc the tip of the sword happens to follow during the climbing animation. You know, I hadn't even looked at it, but I actually do too. That is a nice feeling arc. Which is a testament, really, to kind of the good work they did on the spine and torso work here. Because if there was something kind of weird and janky in the movement of the spine joints that particular, like that all that stuff is parented to and attached to, you would really be seeing that weirdness and wonkiness in the arc of the tip of the sword here. And like it hitches in a couple of places, but in places where it feels like it should, oh, this is going to be close. We should eat a food. Don't need much, just a little extra gas to get to the top of the ledge. Oop. We've been raided again by Invisiguy. Hello. Welcome, Invisiguy and friends. We're playing Breath of the Wild, kind of. I mean, we are, but we're also just, like, stopping to chat about Breath of the Wild animation and brainstorm a lot, which sometimes distracts us from playing Breath of the Wild. But we are technically doing both. Welcome! For those who need context on that, I'm a game animator and I make YouTube videos about game animation. And I have a Breath of the Wild animation video kind of in mind that I'm sort of passively getting footage for, while also just sort of brainstorming on and talking about with folks. Come hang out. We're just doing some real chill Breath of the Wild at the end of the day. Might need another meal to get to the top of this. I really should do some more shrines. Get some more stamina. I don't know if that ledge is going to work. Let's get a little more here. This'll do it. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub, Smug Rainbow Pony. I wonder how different this game would have felt if eating food didn't, like, pause the game. Me too. I appreciate that they allow it. Yes, it means that you can... I don't even really know if it's cheesing. Sort of cheese difficult combat fights by pausing to scarf a bunch of food anytime you get low health. This still may not save us. We might still be in trouble. We're in trouble. Whew. But yeah, like it takes a lot of preparation to have all that food to cheese a fight that way, so it's not really cheesing that much, is it? And it does mean, I guess, that you have to be in and out of a menu constantly in combat or in lots of things, which could be a point against it as well, depending on how you're judging, but I think it is definitely the best way. If we're choosing between being able to pause the game to eat food to refill on hearts or stamina and not being able to do that, I think being able to pause the game is the right choice. It would be cool to see Link's eating animation, like, while climbing outside the menu too, though not in scope. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. One thing that I would love to see, and it's really another idle fidget animation, but Link doesn't have any idle fidget while climbing that I've ever seen, and I would love it where, even if it only happened every, like, after 60 to 90 seconds or whatever, if you just left him holding on a wall, if eventually maybe he would, like, kind of drop one hand and sort of turn his upper body outward to sort of, like, look around at the cool view. Like, if he just stopped here and after a while, like, drop that right hand and kind of turn away from us to sort of just look out at this landscape a little bit. Like a mountain climber would probably do after a while if they're wanting to take a quick breather and enjoy the moment. Or yeah, even just having him sort of like adjust his grip, shake a hand because of like the fatigue, little stuff like that. Really anything. I'm kind of just holding here now to see. Like, I've never seen him do a climbing fidget before, but I don't know if I've waited the full minute and 10 seconds or whatever. Welcome, Marco, and thank you for the rhyme and the compliment. Maybe if that climbing fidget also slightly shifted the camera to look more outward. Yeah, I'd be down for that too. I mean, it's idle. The player, if by definition, it's only going to be happening if the player's not not inputting anything for a good long while. So that is a place where you probably could take a little bit of camera control, even just to tweak the camera to a new place. Probably without bothering anyone. Shouldn't the stamina drop while waiting? I think in theory it could, but I'm glad it doesn't. I'm glad it lets you just sort of hang there for a sec. So that you can actually take a moment to think about your next move as a player. I don't think he's going to do a fidget. Is it Twitch compression or is the sword vibrating a little while hanging there? I think there is a little... I think part of it is the aliasing, where like the jitter of the aliasing on the sword. But I think there might be a little bit of jitter there, and I can't tell if that is inheriting a little bit of slight jitter in the animation of his spine. It probably is. It's probably like a result of a little bit of animation compression in some of the joints in the spine, leading to whatever joint the equipment is parented to. And then you probably wouldn't even notice it on any of the equipment, except this is a really big, lengthy item. So like any tiny movements at the center of it are going to be much larger and more noticeable at the tip. And since this is a large thing, we can see a little bit of that wavering and jitter there. The sword definitely looks like it's jittering more than the spine is, but like that amount of jitter up here at the spine may be small enough that you really couldn't see it. You could really only see it kind of at the end of a very long object and just at the tip. Aliasing is, so you know the jaggies you can see on something lower resolution? I'm trying to see if I can spot a good example. Like you can see a bit more of it in his shadow there. The resolution of his shadow is fairly low resolution, and so you're seeing some of that stair-stepping pixeliness to his shadow there. You can see that to a lesser extent in the sword edge as well, like some of that pixeliness of the relative resolution of the game. That stair-stepping kind of jumping around a little bit from frame to frame. Well, he's not doing a fidget. Let's go. We have a tower to climb. You caught a damn stream. Welcome. Yes, usually I am doing them in what are evenings here, and probably a much less convenient time for you. But it's a weekend, so I can stream a little bit earlier, so I did. And now here we are, you're caught up. And I have a rock. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do a little bit of fancier jumping for this one, I think. Also, I feel like I remember there being a Wizrobe in this area. That one might be me misremembering, but I feel like I remember some sort of enemy. Maybe not. Maybe it is just this tar or whatever. Boy, it's bright out here. Okay. Oh, there's wind also. Okay. All right. Very wind. Is the wind always fighting us, or is that just from this side? Is the Wizrobe one a different tower? Am I thinking of a different one? I must be. Oh, are there metal boxes in the goo? There are. Treasure chest, even. Neat. That's pretty cool. And one potential solution to this little puzzle. You could probably stack some up to create some platforms. Okay, so we got a chest on its side. Let's see what this looks like if you got no shoes. So we open, which normally he would do this with a kick. And he does, he just regrets it. It's a good detail, though. And we got another chest over here. So we can, let's see, we can also lose gloves and hat. Might as well. Because there's also a crouching version of this. Pretty sure I saw another. Yeah, there it is. Question is, can I reach it? I think I've run around the very long way. There we go. There we go. Drop it. Not that way. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So now if crouch and barehanded. Similar idea. But another custom animation for a real edge case scenario. But, like, it's a real edge case that a lot of people may never find, but for the people who do find it, that can be a moment of real delight and memorable delight. So, like, it can actually be a worthwhile addition. Similar to a lot of the rest of the game, right? Like, there's a lot of Breath of the Wild that lots of people are never going to see in their playthrough. Most people are not going to see every single thing. But it does make the stuff you do find feel a little bit more special. So we can probably use boxes, or honestly, the ice is going to be easier to get to those things and then climb the rest of the way. Yeah, I feel like ice is going to be easiest. Just gotta take it slow. Yep. There we go. Mage Kai, I agree. There's actually a lot about the ice that shouldn't work in a lot of situations. That it is a climbable surface, unlike many of just the simple stone and metal surfaces that they don't let me climb, is a little wonky. And there's lots of places you can use ice where it feels a little silly to be able to use ice. But gameplay-wise, I like it, so I'm willing to let a lot slide. It's magic ice, you see. It's spelled heis. Yes, yes. Oh, I get this question, or this confusion all the time. You're thinking of ice. This is heis. Completely different substance, which looks exactly the same. Understandable mistake to make. Am I freezing? I am freezing. Sorry, Link. Here you go. Ah, thank you for the hydration reminder. Oh no, you forgot you had something in the oven. I hope it's still edible. Okay. Now we got a little more map visibility, which is nice. If my memory serves me, there's another shrine like around here, but there's also a Gerudo flopped over the thing you actually need to use it, and you need to bring them like a drink or something, and I don't know what kind. Also, there's Gerudo territory over here, which I can't get into without some steps. Any plans to get back to Final Fantasy V? Yes, yes, we will be. I'm getting Zelda footage first because I think I'm going to do that video first. Also, right. Also, I am getting some help from some folks to do some mild ROM hacking to it to change some of the character names to the actual canon names that they're called in more current translations. But we will get back to it. Soda pop from Verillion City. Perfect. So let's see. What do I need drink-wise? Something frozen. It's something frozen, but I don't know where you get it from. Could probably make it yourself if you knew how. Well, we'll just make our way toward the actual town. It might just be the bar in town, actually. So yeah, we'll start with that. We didn't even need to climb up here, but I'm glad we've got this. Now I'm kind of curious what this is. This seems like something. You're not allowed to bring the horse into the desert, really? That seems bizarre. Like, I'm sure there's a gameplay reason for that, but still strange. Okay, enemy camp I don't want to tangle with. Cute little oasis. And I think this little rock needs to go in this. Nope, hang on. Nope, nope, dang. Hang on. Come on. Yeah, rock, please. Okay. If we must. This is going to be overkill, but... Or underkill. Very well. Need to give it a little more heat. Four. Ah, dang. This looks like an easier side to do this from, at least. I'm determined. Wait, can I just pick this up? I kind of doubt it. Nah. Worth a try, though. Link, just push it forward. Don't rotate around it. That's not helping anyone. Buddy. Okay. Back to golf. Yeah. Hey. There it is. Oh, is there a fairy in the distance? Like a great fairy fountain, or oh, just like a actual fairy. Do I have... Are bottles a thing? I don't even remember if bottles are a thing. I don't remember getting bottles. You sneak up and grab them? Oh, okay. Let's see how that goes. It's such a good game to just kind of like wander around and decide like, I'm gonna do this now. Ha! Got you. You live in my pocket now. Where should we be heading? Might just go over here and drop down and just take the road the rest of the way. That seems like it's going to be easier. Unless we're going to get attacked constantly over there. You know what? I might... Let's see if we can get this shrine here. I want to find something to do that enables me to come back to get the little cutscene where you look up at this divine beast in the actual day. Which feels like better footage to have for the desert one, you know? And day's almost over. So let's go for the shrine. Do 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 do. I can't even really imagine being completionist about this particular Zelda game. There's just so much stuff everywhere. There's no way I could keep track of what all I hadn't done. Just impossible. Yeah, and a stable right outside, too. Another thing to keep busy with until sunrise. What all does Master Mode change of this game? I've never dipped into that. Just damage, mostly? Okay. Turns it into a Kaizo. Oh, hey, this one, right, the electricity one. Enemies regenerate health too? Woof. Yipes. That sounds like a less fun version of the game. For me, anyway. I assume if I try to yoink one of these, the door is gonna close on me. That would make sense. Yep. Okay. Very well. You dead? So, thank you. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Master Mode would sort of require cheesing the game even more, especially early on, to progress. Though if you're way into the game, having it, like, push you that much, I could see it being satisfying. If the standard version of it is just posing zero challenge to you anymore. It does sound like it yeah, like Terrapin, I kind of feel the same. That sounds, I could see a harder version of Breath of the Wild being interesting and kind of a fun challenge, but that sounds like it cranks that setting way higher than I want. I feel like I'd want something in between this and that. And honestly, I guess I get enough of a challenge from, from what Breath of the Wild already delivers. I die plenty. Okay. Kind of want to pick that weapon up. I feel like one of my other weapons has to be way less good than that. I think I'm holding on to this one for like a specific... There was like a character in Hateno or something who wanted a Traveler's Sword. Or wanted me to bring one. I don't think I need these rods, though. Nah. Here we go. Yeah, I guess Breath of the Wild is flexible enough. You're right that if you want more challenge, there's tons of ways to get a little bit more challenge from the game. Just from the way you play. The tools you opt to not use, the places you try to get without having lots of preparation. Self-imposed challenges. Hey, is the sun coming up? No, it's doing the opposite. The other thing. Very well. Let's see. This is a village, yes? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't about to airdrop into what's that tribe of assassins that are always trying to come kill you? I forget their name. Yiga, that's them. And I know they have a camp somewhere. I remember raiding it first time I played through. And this one. Hey, Cass.
Oh.
And they're getting some nice expressiveness from Cass, too. I think, like, my guess is that's a 2D animated texture for his eyes.
Oh.
That they just have, like, about 8 to 10 frames of animation for that character's eyes. Or maybe for the eyelids and the pupils. The pupils may be an independent piece. Oh, is the song always the same? Thanks for that heads up. Good to see you, Cass. And you, bug person. I don't think I actually want bugs. I just wanted to see if you were telling the truth.
Oh.
You had a quest or something. Or somebody did. I saw the red exclamation mark. Was it you?
Ah.
Fun thing, when raiding the Yiga clan base, there's a stealth segment. One thing you can do is toss bananas and the guards will pick them up. Thing is, they'll pick up anything, including bombs. Someone went out of their way to lead one all the way to the Lost Woods and found that, yes, indeed, they will just take the Master Sword and pocket it. That's great. That's great, and I can't imagine anyone in Nintendo actually tested to see if that was possible. Actually, they probably, if they did, they didn't, like, do it that way. They just used dev tools to, like, all right, I'm going to the Lost Woods. I'm spawning a Yiga clan person here. Yep, they picked up the sword. Check. Works as intended. No notes. Moving on. And you have to clip out of bounds to do it, so yeah, they probably, yeah. In that case, didn't expect you to do it. There's a lot of animated personality on Beetle. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? Wake up, I have nothing to talk to you about. I do not have a picture. Hey, there's our quest giver. Is Link managing to make eye contact with this one? I think he is. He's head tracking him and like kind of looking right at him, so his eyes being straight forward just kind of works. Once we get out of this conversation, I want to try like... Okay, now his eyes do move around in his sockets sometimes. It is possible. They can do it. He does look even more wall-eyed than... Dog, are you having fun? He does look even more wall-eyed somehow this way, but I'm glad that his eyes can look in other directions. They just don't ever. That's a good dog, though. We may not be able to pet you, but at least you can run in circles. Get him, dog. Cute. Good dog. Oh, you can feed the dog apples? That's cute. Hang on. Do you want this? Do you want apple? Dog, pay attention. I have an apple. Here you go. Good dog. Well, we've made a friend. Let's park and wait till noon. There we are. Real glad they give you that functionality. Makes footage capture a little less time consuming. Let's equip a sword that... the sword's about to break anyway. Might as well use it. Am I going in the right direction? I think I might not be. I'm not. Okay, need to go the other way. Donkey? I can't tell if it just hadn't loaded its animation. If that was still streaming in, or if the donkey was being pushed forward by the guy, but... that donkey was definitely just sort of floating without actually taking steps. Nice. Dang. The Breath of the Wild experience. I really need some more slots. Let's go see a big, tall desert giraffe. Or whatever it is. Camel. Oop, right. We're gonna die of exposure, I forgot. I don't really think I have any good clothing for staying cool. We're just gonna have to make do with food. Do. And this oasis should provide some relief, I think. Hopefully. Come on. Wait, there's our scene. Great. Got another one. Yeah, I feel like we should focus trying to get cutscenes now. I feel like that's the thing that I'm most needing more of. Which leaves us with two options. Either we try to do... Hello. Either we try to do this Divine Beast kind of like story quest chain, or we go for memories. And maybe memories would be better. Whichever memories we can actually, like, reach at this point of the game now. Maybe we should do a memory run.
Oh.
There's gotta be. There's gotta be a map online somewhere that shows you, like, that basically, like, shows you where on the big map all the memories are. Is anyone familiar with a good one? Like, I would look for them manually, but since I need footage for a thing. And videos take long enough to come out on that channel as it is. Oh, you really like the beetle, huh? I mean, sure. Deal. Here you go. So there's one at the fountain in Hyrule Field. Good to know. One just north of the Central West Stable. Hello. Seared steak, Lizafo's tail, roasted bass. I'm okay at the moment, but thank you. Mostly just enjoying your very good oasis that's not as heat-strokey. A webpage that's more like 12 maps than one map? Oh yeah, I'd give it a shot. I think there is like a limit on which ones are available. I think you can only get like... Like there's some memories that you've got to have seen or like you've progressed far enough to be able to access, I think, or something like that. You might need a permit for pasting in a URL, but I think I can give you that permission. So hang on. That'd be a good thing for me to try to do anyway. Let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, did that work? Hooray! Oh, Ian already did it. Thanks, Ian. I do love the idle behaviors of just characters in NPC towns. They've got some nice stuff in here. Managing the shop, walking around, looking at stuff, having a book to read while waiting. Yeah, the links are still showing as asterisks for me as well. Yeah, DMing it to a mod will work in the meantime. We'll get that figured out. I'm pretty sure we've had that figured out in the past. I don't know why it's not working the way we expect it to now, but... I think it is our Twitch settings, but I think that, yeah, it's a thing we'll need to figure out between Moobot and Twitch settings. There may be that there's a conflicting setting between the two. Thanks for the stretch and hydrate reminders, though. Traveling through the desert is a little bit easier in the evening, because I can dress for cold. Eh. Eh. Do I dare try to climb the cactus? Come on. Got it. Good stretch. It's so pretty out here. They really did some wildly good work with their time of day system. Well, there goes sword. Sturdy fella. I'm taking your bow. Nerd. There we go. So pretty. There's one at the Spring of Courage in Farron and the Spring of Power in Akala. My biggest problem is not being able to stop running into Los Alfos. My second biggest problem is not remembering... Not knowing where a lot of those places are just from memory. Hey, we got a link. I mean, other than the one that we're all looking at all the time, obviously. This I can use. Come on. Nope, are we freezing now? Make up your mind, Link. Are you dying of heat or cold? Choose one. Hi, thanks for subscribing, the Prolo. Welcome. So memories are definitely accessible. I've unlocked, I want to say 2 of them. Like, so here's the places they're wanting me to go. I've gotten that one. No, maybe it's just that one. Hang on. These are photos that I just have. And we've gotten this scene here. Presumably all the rest of these are allowed. And that one's just like right there at the Oasis. Seems like. Unless that's a different Oasis. Yeah, we should go back to the bazaar to get that one. This one, is this the fountain in Hyrule Field? I'm pretty sure we can access the majority of these. I may not have a shrine near a lot of them yet, but we can totally get a lot of these places, I think. All right, let's start with this one. I'll talk to that dude later. What are my thoughts on the whole Gerudo and gender gating thing? I guess I don't have strong opinions on it. Oh, hey. A rock thing. Yeah, I guess I don't have strong opinions on it, especially given it's a thing that I've gotten fairly well used to being a... kind of like a Gerudo gimmick thing for a lot of Zelda games now. It's the sort of thing that I don't have strong feelings on, but that I would, like, happily hear out others' strong feelings on. Bat, please no. I got places to be. Bat, not now. The rubber banding on this bat. So, okay. It looked to me like the spot in the photo was more on this side of the Oasis area. Oh, hello there. Didn't know there was one of you here.
Ew.
I have not been to Rito Village yet. I also need cooling elixirs. You okay? Breath of the Wild Gorons are pretty cute.
Oh.
Bye, lizard. Should be kind of close to it. They're usually pretty shimmery, shiny points, aren't they? Like, usually you can see them in the environment, although maybe I need to actually look through the camera to see that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything further out here. Let's consult the album. Okay. Some more are off to this side. There you are. Haha. Let's remember something. Little bit of expressiveness on him. Don't really love the eyes on her either. Like, they are animated more and expressive a little bit more, but I think there might be something just to the eye design on a lot of characters in Breath of the Wild that I'm not wild about. Doesn't lend itself to as appealing like face expressions and posing. On some it does. On some characters, the eyes look great, and others less so. That shining point is intriguing me far too much. I must know. Then we'll get back to memory hunting. Do. I really should go to a shrine thing and get more stamina. I have the orbs for it. Hey, fine. Fine then. Now, new weapon, sure. And that, why not? Whoa, that's a hard-hitting arrow. Thanks, Mifa. Yeah, Caldrea, I think, so you're kind of mentioning that it could be just the amnesia thing is in part why he's got, like, Link has less expression. And we've talked about it a little bit earlier on in the stream, but that I don't think works as a, like, if that was the reasoning and the thinking that Nintendo's, like, animators and character team were going with, I would say I would push back on that with them, because like losing your memories doesn't make you turn into suddenly not a human being. It doesn't make you not like notice things or have feelings about things or aware of your surroundings. It just means you don't have memories around stuff anymore. You don't have context for lots of stuff. So like you'll still act like a human. You'll still show curiosity or fear or interest. Like, the portrayal of Link here for me, doesn't... I should probably go get that, given it's the one shield I have. Thanks, bat. Yeah. Get out of here. The thing with, like, Link's performance here as a character that doesn't 100% work for me is that, like, this doesn't work for me as a stoic, serious character portrayal either. Because a lot of the time, it's not even that... It's stoic in that it's not showing much other expression, but it's also not even really showing, like... Even within stoicism, there is performance. There are different emotions. There is a lot of focus, a lot of seriousness. There can be boredom. There can be frustration. There can be curiosity. There can still be, like, awareness of your surroundings. Oh, did it just fall? Is it gone now? Stoic doesn't mean blank. And the Link we're seeing here, for the most part, is blank. It's been so long since I actually, like, tried to reach one of these things. I don't remember, like, if you, nope. Oh, there it is. If, like... At least I think it is. It is! If, like, dawn comes, does the star fragment go away? Or has it just become darn near impossible to find? Oh, my map's gone now. Because we're in a kind of spooky area. And I don't remember the gimmick with this place, but I don't want to stay very long. There's a shrine nearby over to the right. Have I ever seen or played Kingdoms of Amalur? It's got a similar challenge, animating an amnesiac protagonist, and I kind of like their way of doing it. It's been so long since I played Kingdoms of Amalur. Long time ago. And I didn't play very much of it. Oh, it's one of these things. So I do not remember, sadly. Like, I would still describe Link in a lot of the other Zelda games still a fairly, like, stoic character. He's rarely a big, expressive goof. Unless it's one of the not really canon CDI games, or Wind Waker where he's, like, cute, and he's got a little bit of kind of gremlin energy to him. But, like, he is still quite stoic and, serious and not like extremely expressing tons of personality or being really loud with his personality, but he is still expressing and reacting to things and being a little bit of a character and showing that he's like visibly connecting with people and he's reacting to a situation. Like, Twilight Princess Link has a lot more to him than this Link does. And is a much more successful version of... If stoic is what they're going for here, and this is, like, an entirely intentional portrayal, I think their portrayal in Twilight Princess is far, far more effective at achieving that. Hello. Like, given this way of Link given this Link portrayal is so different than what we've seen in almost all of his other appearances, my suspicion is it's kind of a case of it just not being where development focus, like it just wasn't as high a priority for this one, which would make a lot of sense given all the other challenges they're trying to tackle with this particular Zelda title. This will be an interesting challenge. Think. There's got to be another one. Yeah, let's try magnet sensing. See if anything interesting pops up. Yeah, Justin, I think like I think you're kind of, oh yeah, of course, that actually makes a lot of sense. I forgot about the magnet thing. Link having personality isn't just, the benefit isn't just him having some more character to him, like that, although that is a benefit as well. It's that it shows him being invested in the same things that you are. It shows like him also being invested in and caring about his situation. It may still be difficult to get myself over there, though. Might need to do this when the platform's moving away. It also helps to, like, demonstrate more connection between him and other characters as well. Oh, you can still... I see. Nice. That's cool. Like, it's a little bit to the detriment of the story scenes in Breath of the Wild that Link doesn't have a whole lot to him. Because other characters can't really connect with him because he's not connecting with anything or anyone in his current form. Which is a little bit of a bummer. It kind of weakens their performances by proxy. And I'm really curious what they're going to do with Tears of the Kingdom, because this is all stuff that 100% can be improved there. That's ultimately what the video I'm aiming to make is about. Like, this is my biggest wish for Tears of the Kingdom. I'm sure it's going to be great, and I'm going to love all of it. The one change that I really want is for Link to have some personality again. Didn't think that all the way through, but it worked out. Maybe I need to push. There we go. I don't know if they fixed it in Age of Calamity. I should look into that at some point. Granted, it is a different team. Like, that's a different team making a different game. But I have been curious about the portrayal. Like, because that's an interesting challenge. If if you're working on a spin-off game featuring this portrayal of Link, is it going to feel... Whoops. That was a mistake. Is it going to feel... A huge mistake. Is it going to feel weird? Is it going to feel weird trying to animate him with a lot more personality? Is it not going to feel like the him as seen in Breath of the Wild anymore? Is this solvable, or am I just going to need to leave? I might have broken it. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Tears of a Kingdom. I think even if they decide not to give Link a whole lot more animated expression or personality, I think making some slight tweaks to their approach to animation to ensure that he still can actually, like, look more... just to make him look more focused in his eye expressions, and like he's actually paying attention and noticing stuff around him. Just making those slight adjustments to, like, his eye animation will go a long way toward making him feel more, like, a little more human. And that, I think, really, like, is all you really need. Oh, Age of Calamity is a spin-off, sort of a sequel to the Hyrule Warriors, like, Musou Dynasty Warriors game spin-off that came out. They made a follow-up Dynasty Warriors, but Zelda game called Age of Calamity, which is set in the Breath of the Wild time. Or, well, set in the time before Breath of the Wild that we're chasing down memories for, the distant past of this, where the whole kingdom fell to ruin. This time, let's do this right and faster and better. This is much better. Do-do-do-do-do. And then we throw. Or don't do that. Oh, they're already destroyed. Well, sure. This time, let's not fall off completely like a fool. We need to do something with that there. Either hit it or... What happens when you hit it? What has occurred? Huh. Maybe I need to get higher up to see. I'm very excited for Tears of a Kingdom. I'm sure it must be pretty daunting trying to make that game after how successful and beloved this particular entry was. In the same way, I imagine folks at FromSoft have to feel a little bit intimidated by the success of the thing they've just made. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, I guess it's, wait. Oh, wait, yep, no, we're moving now. Uh-oh. Are we still moving? In any case, let's move that. I think, well... Yeah, how are we doing this? I worry I'm finding, like, every single possible way to break this shrine. Yeah. Whew. Really glad I could reach that. Eeh. Made it. Finally. Oh, you finally played Psychonauts 2. Excellent. And then binged the video, the Let's Play series. Shoutouts to you for 100%ing the game before they made it easier. Thank you. Yeah, no, I was realizing hours into that recording session of trying to get all the figments and everything that maybe this was a silly thing to commit myself to. I don't know if anyone really wanted me to do that bad. Now, I'm guessing our map... Oh, our map does work now. Great. Does it only not work at night in this area, or now that I got this shrine, is it working? Whatever the case, grateful. Let's look for our next thing. Oh, it was the sandstorm. Cool. Okay. Let's look for our next memory. Hang on. There we go. Memory. We've seen another one now. This one is... Pulling up my little guide here. That one may be tricky to get to. That's like really close to the castle, isn't it? This one, this first one. I worry about my ability to survive getting that one, given how many real trigger-happy guardian things there are. I guess we could try sneaking around. Could be a fun adventure. This other one... So, like... That one's roughly, like, right there. Here, we'll put a stamp of some sort. Here, we'll be realistic about it. This is actually going to make it easier, since I don't have all of these map things uncovered, but I can go ahead and use these little images to try to mark where these are in the locations I have revealed. I haven't revealed this one, I don't think. Ancient columns. The bazaar, that's up near the volcano. Eldon Canyon. Eldon Canyon. No. Haven't got that stuff yet. Arch Plain, West Necluda. Okay, that one... That one looks like it's pretty near to... Well, Sorry, this is terrible TV right now. Apologies. Might be easier, honestly, listening to y'all in chat than trying to parse this guide all at once. So, Hyrule Field right out here. That's our first one. Yeah, our first one. Second one here. Is that one also in Hyrule Field? in front of Fort Hatano in Necluda. Okay. And that might be the only other one that I've gotten. In front of Fort yeah, okay. Head to the lake north of the Great Plateau. So that one should be relatively easy. Great Plateau here. When you say lake, are we talking Colimo or Aquame? Colimo. Got it. Okay. I'd call this teamwork, but y'all are actually doing all the work. I appreciate it regardless. Let's see here. That one should be, I think, roughly there-ish. In the general ballpark. Next one. That looks like that's going to be... chat work. There's also a map on Zelda Dungeon which lets you zoom in and out and marks all the memories. Oh, that's nice too. South end of the Tabantha, south end of the Big Canyon. Okay. Tabantha. Is that map which I have revealed so far? Northwest. Yeah, we might not have that location yet. Not yet. Nope, no memory since the bazaar. I did a shrine badly, so it took a long time. And now we're just sort of like trying to mark a few of these in advance. In theory, to save time. The next one's Karakara Bazaar, which is, I think, up at the volcano, which is further up here. Whoop. I think that's what this one is. No, wait, Karakara Bazaar is the one I just got. This one is Elden Canyon. The next one is Urch Plain, northeast of the Ridgeland Tower. Maybe this one is accessible? I promise we'll get out of the map before too long here. I think Urch Plain might be slightly north, actually. I think it might be up here somewhere. Or, like, further out this way. West Necluda might be the one... It's possible I've done this one. Where is the spot I'm looking for here? Might be further south than I've currently gone, actually. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing it. There's one, like, right in Hyrule Castle. Probably not getting to that one. There's another that's going to be further out this way, I think, at the Spring of Power. Sanadin Park ruins. No. Lanayru Road. I think that's the one that I've gotten before we started playing today. And then there's another one in Hyrule Field that y'all pointed me to, I think. No, wait. We haven't marked this one yet. There's another one that's like right here-ish. This might be the one that's in the woods. In the, like, the photo in the woods that looks like woods. Yeah, all right, well, there's three. There's three we can start with, if nothing else. And then, worst case, that's just an excuse to go explore more map, isn't it? So, this one's probably... These two are going to be the ones that get us least dead. Which makes me like them by default. Let's go remember things. Oh, getting a horse from the Great Plateau is not a terrible idea for trying to gun it past all the sniper fire. Because I only got one shield left for parrying, and I only did it correctly once. Probably best to be realistic about my odds of being able to successfully parry a lot of snipers. Okay. I don't think we're going to be in too much super danger just going for this one straight north, though. I don't think we're going to have to... We are going to have to wait for it to stop raining, though. In the meantime, I'm stealing this fish's chest. No, I'm not. It's wood. Still going to do it. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I do wish there was some more visual variety to the shrines as well. Like, I think they're a really clever idea as implemented in this game. And I think just having more visual variety between them would make a huge difference. I think people would be more excited to find new ones. If they knew that they weren't going to be seeing the same thing every time. Wait a minute. We've been raided. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Prof. Niels. Short for Professor Niels, I would assume. Welcome, all of you. We're playing Breath of the Wild, kind of. What we're actually doing is getting footage of Breath of the Wild for a Zelda animation video I'm wanting to make. And so our current priority, the task we've made for ourselves, is gathering those little flashback memories. Some of which involve going to dangerous places. So we're hunting for memories. For our little expressionless boy. But welcome. I'm Dan, by the way. I'm a game animator who also just makes a bunch of things on the internet. Bats, don't even. I'm here to remember. And you can't stop me. Don't. I have a bomb. Don't. You do it. Bats. I'm super serious. Bats. Worth it. Like, that's how we all deal with the bats, yeah? I'm not the only person who contends with the bats with that method. Right? There's no better bat deterrent. It's in this general area, roughly. I wasn't super specific with my marker placement, but I know it's around here. Oh wait, a lot of you didn't use bombs for the bats? I mean, yeah, it sounds like overkill when I say it out loud. But... closer to the shore? Okay. Oh, found it. And also... an obstruction. Go away, please. I have memories to reacquire. Come on, Link, give us some expressions.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible. He's figured out how to get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn. But to think, that divine beast was actually built by...
Boy,
people.
nothing.
That means we should be able to understand how it works.
Oh,
and
thanks for
how to use it
subscribing.
to our advantage.
Professor Niels. Hello.
These divine beasts. So much we don't know. But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope.
Yeah, it just seems like something about their eye design that's limiting the expressiveness they can get a little bit on some of these characters, Zelda included. Although she's doing more. I mean, that was eye movement, Link. That's a start.
How proficient
Yeah, like she's using her brows at least.
sword on your back. Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
It is definitely weird hearing a lot of actual voice acting in a Zelda game. Well, not tons of it, just in specific cutscenes and stuff, but strange for sure. But we got another one. That's something. There is something especially weird to me. Not that weird, I guess, but it really stands out to me as extra strange somehow that in those fully animated scenes there, other characters will have animated facial expression. And I don't think it's like great face animation, but they have it. And a lot of the times Link doesn't. It's like they've left a character unanimated. In some shots he does have a little bit of eye movement or something. But in a lot he's just kind of nothing back there. Which, like, they're not just forgetting to animate him every time. It makes me wonder if there was some production issue with like his face or the animation for his face or some thing that resulted in them just like not having time in the schedule to really go in and get his face animation in there properly as well. Or this is just like kind of a misguided attempt at making him just be more serious and stoic, in which case that's just like it can be on purpose and just not a very good creative choice. I'm increasingly feeling like we do need to dip into Age of Calamity some. Because I'm wanting to see, like, if it's an intentional choice there, if he does the exact same thing in Age of Calamity, then that doesn't necessarily, like, maybe they're just trying to imitate the end result of what he is in Breath of the Wild. But it does confirm that there's some intent there, in any case. I think I'm so fixated on this as a question just because it's hard for me to settle on a guess for why it is this way. In a lot of games, usually they never learn. In a lot of games, usually I can come to a guess that I'm pretty satisfied with as to why a decision is made or something is absent. And in this one, it's just kind of baffling. Probably going to regret this, but I want it. Oh, never mind. And yeah, all those cutscenes are probably... Yeah, those cutscenes are almost definitely pre-rendered. The memory ones. There's not a whole reason for them not to do it that way. Because everything in those scenes is going to play out the same every time. It's always the same characters, same time of day, same costuming. There's no unpredictable elements in those memory scenes and flashbacks, so they can just be pre-rendered, which technically simplifies a lot. They probably don't even have to unload the current area around your character, which is how they can avoid having much of a loading screen in between that memory happening and us getting right back into gameplay. Yeah, that's almost definitely pre-rendered. Get out of here. Okay. This one we can also go to with relative safety, and from there we can get a horse for which to sprint to this one. And either me or the horse will survive that, and I don't know which. Can I explain more about pre-rendered versus not? Sure. Is there anything in particular you want to know about it? And granted, like, I should also caveat, I am an animator who has worked in games for a while. I am not a programmer. I am not a tech animator. There are lots of technical things that I have only a loose grasp of that I always will defer to a more technical person who's worked in games before if they ever contradict me, because I recognize the limits of my knowledge, but I can, I've got novice level understanding that I can try to work from. I need to plug this laptop in in order to keep reading chat. Hang on. Okay, good. We have technical folks like the Prolo here who can correct me if I say something that's way off. That's actually comforting. What are the reasons for doing something pre-rendered as opposed to not? The benefits of pre-rendered of a pre-rendered file are that you don't have to worry about performance in engine almost at all. Like, it still is a factor. You're still having to load a video and play it back, and videos, pre-rendered video can be pretty large in terms of file size, especially the higher resolution it is and the higher frame rate that video plays back at. But on the plus side, that pre-rendered video will play back the same every time consistently. You don't have to worry about like not being able to render it at the steady frame rate. You don't have to worry about like game bugs happening in the middle of the cutscene or something not playing right. You can just make sure that it plays right every time and load it up, and it just works. On the downside, it is pre-rendered, so you can't change elements in that pre-rendered video. So for example, if they did every cutscene in this game pre-rendered... Oh, hey, Stu, I didn't know you were right there. Every pre-rendered game, cutscene in this game pre-rendered, that would cause a little bit of a problem, or at least a lot of inconsistency, because Link here could be wearing anything. I could be changing his costuming at any time. He's a customizable character with different weapons, different clothing, but a pre-rendered video is gonna have like one costume and one look and all that pretty much baked in. They could have several different versions of a pre-rendered video, I guess, to reflect several different like times of day or costuming or whatever else, but again, pre-rendered video file sizes get pretty large, and at a certain point, you're going to be eating up a lot of cartridge or disk space. It can also give you the benefit of not like a pre-rendered video basically skips over any technical challenges that you might have trying to do something in real time in engine. A pre-rendered video in this game could jump from one corner of the map to the other over the course of a frame, just a camera cut, and show, like, here's a scene happening on the top of this icy mountain, here's a scene happening over down here at the exact same time down in the desert, with no problem whatsoever because it's pre-rendered. In the game, that would be a nightmare of a technical challenge because you would have to manage to load in all of that information and all of that data and all those assets on the other side of the map, clear across the way, which over the course of one frame, like, you'd have to find some technical way to cheat it, basically, because otherwise that's a nightmare. So rendering things in real time has a lot of benefits in the flexibility, in the, like, any time of day, any costume change, any whatever. Being able to do something in real time can be pretty nice, but it can also come with its own technical issues, and, like, you have to worry about performance and bugs and all kinds of other things. But there are lots of games that will use, like, it's amazing what we can do with real-time rendering and graphics these days. Like, the vast majority of anything you see in The Last of Us or Horizon or lots of others is done in-engine in real time. And that's pretty bonkers. It's amazing. But even with those games, sometimes, if there's a particular scene that for whatever reason they're just having a real hard time getting it to maintain a consistent frame rate or load everything in time, or if there's just something that's causing an issue, maybe they want to have a scene transition from one area to another one, and that would be really difficult to do in real time because that's a lot of loading and unloading and just technically a big headache. What they could do is pre-render a chunk of it that can be playing while the game, like, unloads and loads in a new area underneath. And don't even make it look fancier than anything that was happening in engine. Basically, just take the in-engine scene you wanted to do, render it, play that while the game is loading the new area in. That's a very common trick that is basically invisible to the player. And a really clever approach now that they can use. Like that whole sequence in... Like, there's tons of examples, I'm sure, but, like, the one that I'm fairly certain about is in Horizon Zero Dawn, that's definitely pre-rendered. The montage that happens between her, the last scene where Aloy is a child to the first scene where Aloy is an adult. That's a whole montage that plays that doesn't look any fancier than anything you see in engine. They could have rendered all that in engine in bits and pieces, but there's a lot of big location changes that happen in there. And a lot of stuff that gets loaded and unloaded, that is all pre-rendered, and it doesn't look different, but it does hide the load time between one gameplay area and another one. So there could be a variety of reasons, I guess, is the short answer as to why you might want to pre-render something or not. Just depends on what you're trying to do with that particular cinematic moment in the game, and kind of what your limitations are. Let's talk to our friend here. I need more slots. Desperately. Also, I just like Hestu. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake also has that kind of handoff from pre-rendered to real-time, and it's pretty incredible that it is actually tricky to tell these days. And I love that it does happen at almost the exact same moment as it happens in the original Final Fantasy VII. Because it's much more obvious there, right? More weapons, please. It's much more obvious in the original Final Fantasy VII where you get that sweeping camera zoom into the train station as the train comes in. You've got the two real-time rendered characters layered over the cinematic, which is just a cute thing they did back then. And then you see the pop where it goes from movie to still background image. And I love that the transition in this Final Fantasy VII Remake from their pre-rendered opening cinematic to real-time rendered cinematic happens at almost the exact same spot as the train comes into the station. There's something poetic about it. I don't remember where the pre-rendered to real-time handoff happens in Crisis Core, but I will be looking for that when that remake comes out. I think I might just keep on doing weapon stash. That's the stuff that gets burned through the fastest. Enjoy the dance. This dance is a great animation. I love it. Everything about it. No notes. I mean, yeah, keep them coming. Has to. Yeah, just the shake on those maracas is just wonderful. Maybe one more shield slot. Like, I don't go through bows super fast. I rarely find myself out of bows. Which is, I guess, a reason to get more slots for them, but I don't burn through them quick. Shields, though, good having more shields on hand. I do agree, buying the slots one at a time is a choice. On the other hand, it does mean you get to enjoy the maraca dance more often. So I'd probably do this manually regardless. Hey, thanks for the bits, Sturdy Kiwi. I usually never need more shields, except when I try to parry Guardian lasers, which it's hard to not do these days because it's satisfying. You do go through a lot of shields, though. Or a lot of links. One or the other. Oh, good. I'll see you there, buddy, as soon as I remember where it is and find it. Can't wait. What were we doing? Memories, right. Across the water, just this way. Can't miss it. I wonder. It's raining, but will these still burn? Or will the rain put it out? It is working. I've saved you. Anyway. Ow. I like to think that, like, one, I love that it's just sort of tradition for all of us to just drop the rock back on the Korok's head now. Two, I love that they do kind of react to it and have the little oomph with a little animation as well. And I like to think, and I feel almost positive that just during development, they were frequently finding, either in QA or just as the designers were working, that they were often, without thinking, just dropping the rock and accidentally dropping it on the little Korok. And so they kind of recognized, the player's going to do this all the time, on purpose or accident. We need to make an little animated reaction to it, and they have to say something. That seems like a thing that wasn't, like, planned, just emerged. And I love that. I love those little emergent things during game development as a game starts coming together and you start seeing, just from playing the game, you start seeing places where it's like, we could really use some specific animation or interaction or whatever for this scenario, because this scenario is coming up a lot more than I thought it was going to. And just finding all those little gaps and filling them as the game's kind of in that last... kind of that last 20% of development. So the memory should be right across this here water. Can I get all the way? Whoop. Can I get all the way across? Nope. Not with that stamina. Close enough. Okay. Not now, slimes. I did get very lucky back there with the water. Dropping into water without stamina. Not ideal. Would not recommend. In games or in life. Here we go. We're remembering so quickly. Oh, thanks for that hydration reminder a little while back. B2K D4 Judge. Okay, this is a big expressive one for Zelda, at least. And I'm seeing a little more on Link, too. That's nice.
How did it come to this? The divine beasts, the guardians, they've all turned against us. It was Calamity Ganon. It turned them all against us. And everyone, Mifa, Urbosa, Rivali and Daruk, they're all trapped inside those things. It's all my fault. Our only hope for defeating Ganon is lost, all because I couldn't harness this cursed power. Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing. So I really am just a failure. All my friends, the entire kingdom, my father most of all. I tried and I failed them all.
And thank you for the stretch reminder as well.
All to die.
He's expressing. That's like the one actual story and story appropriate expression shot I feel like I've seen in this entire thing. So he can do it. Okay. Another theory then. My next theory for the why it would be this way potentially could be that there is just this is really just like nice time of day lighting on this particular area. I really like this. Link's face could just have very limited control to it. There might not be a whole lot of robust motion or expressing. There might not be like a lot of different shapes and poses effectively that his face can make. Limited brow control, limited mouth control. It could be that in order to make a lot of those expressions, that it's tricky to do those without the face looking kind of like broken and wrong somehow. Because I've definitely worked with super limited face rigs before, like on a mobile game or something like that, where you just don't have a lot of controls to work with. So it could be that in the absence of controls for making more precise expressions, they're kind of just trying to keep him more neutral a lot of the time as the alternative. Like, and that's kind of just the best case scenario. It's either that or him looking just kind of weird and off, and like he's not really fully able to make a lot of these expressions as well as they'd like. Which is it's not great. Like, it's not great that his face is so limited that they can't make him express in cutscenes, and it feels weird that his Breath of the Wild face would be more limited in that capacity than the same, like, than the Link of GameCube era. Because I know this is a different game and it's big and it's dealing with a lot of other technical challenges, but even with all the other big open world challenges that Breath of the Wild is trying to tackle, it feels like they should at least be able to pull off Twilight Princess Link and Twilight Princess Link's facial expressiveness in this game. The other solution would be to have what a lot of games have, which is to have a different, like, version of the character model, or even just like a different head model that they could swap in that is a more detailed face, which he can have during cutscenes, especially pre-rendered ones. He really shouldn't be that expressionless. Like, I can believe a super limited, simple face with limited controls on it being a reason why he's not that expressive in gameplay or in real-time scenes. That shouldn't, like, be a limitation in pre-rendered, though. In pre-rendered, if you're that limited, you should just make a more expressive face that you can have in the pre-rendered scenes. And he does, like, he makes some occasional faces during gameplay things, too. With the happiness while cooking, freezing while cold, all that stuff. It really just seems like they've just not animated him a lot of the time. It's kind of bizarre. Let's try taking some selfies and things, because he can do some expressions for that, too. What's the button for self-portrait? There we go. What are my buttons for pose? All right, left stick. It's okay. We're getting something here. Hang on. So we can do sort of a smile. You see how wall-eyed he is here, though? Those pupils need to come in a little bit. Just bring them both in slightly more toward the nose, and all of a sudden he will look way more like focused and alert and like he's paying attention. He's just a little too Homer Simpson right now. And the rest of the time. It really is just kind of the one expression, huh? Well, and this one. Which is also a slightly different variant expression, at least. Just very slightly. I'll take what I can get. The rest of these are just kind of a smile with different physical poses, but still it's a smile, so he can do one. It's one of those tricky decisions or problems, whatever it is, to diagnose, where every time I think I've found an explanation for that's probably why it's this way, I can think of some other detail that sort of contradicts it or makes it seem like that's not the case. It's just real hard to pin down. And I should probably just stop trying to analyze the why and focus more on the, like, the result and the effectiveness of the result in isolation. But knowing the why also does help to, like, assess the problem and how to fix it better, too, right? If you know what your limitations are, or what the limitations were for why a thing was this way, then you can start trying to think of, like, what are some alternatives around that problem to compensate for it that still work within those same limitations, right? Yeah, like, you'll never know definitively. That is true. Without being actually on the team and a part of the individual sub-teams within that team that were making those decisions, there's no real way to know. But you can usually make some pretty, especially if you've worked in game dev before and kind of know the sorts of problems you run into, you can make some reasonable guesses. Ellie, I've looked a little bit at the Tears of the Kingdom trailers, and I'm real curious, because they don't show much Link in them, and they don't show much of Link's face in them. And I'm wondering, I can guess 2 reasons for that. One, well, 3. First reason, they're showing off footage and shots that are more reminiscent of how you're usually seeing Link during gameplay in original Breath of the Wild, which is some, like, version of behind him, not seeing his face. So that's one possibility. Another possibility is there is something about his face that they are kind of keeping sort of hidden that they don't want to give away. That is going to be some sort of spoiler or reveal for later, specific to the story or Link of this particular game. Third reason, his face is not very expressive at all. And the folks, like, making trailers realized, if you just kind of focus on his not expressing face in the trailer, it doesn't look very good. Let's focus on other things.
Hi.
I will take my horse, because... Which horse should we take? Bree, Quiznos, or Hjorse? I guess Hjorse is the one that we caught today. Let's bring Hjorse.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I feel like for just about any Breath of the Wild trailer, focusing on the environment Link is exploring is definitely the way to go. Because it is definitely the star of the show. But it does also make it harder to tell whether they've, like, made significant changes to Link's face or expressiveness or any of that stuff. And I'm so curious, I want to know. Well, time to help. Get out of here. You're welcome. Hey. You alright? Hey. I just showed up in time. You're lucky. Okay. It's not easy being hero. So, okay. We basically need to, if we stick to this road, hang a right at the fork, and then just keep going straight-ish until we see these woods and this fountain and all that. That's our route. There's going to be a lot of sniper fire on the way. I wonder if we'll survive. This will be exciting. Head around south if possible. Maybe not a bad idea. Kind of keep some distance from most of our antagonists until we absolutely have to head a little more north. Where are we at? Okay. Yep, just keep going. Keep going and loop around the Guardians when you can, when you see them. We should check horse riding and like horse adjacent animations later on though. That's a good idea. Either for fidgets or for like interactions with the horse or just other stuff that can happen. Because as little time as I spend on horses in Breath of the Wild, oop, there's one. As little time as I spend on horses in this game, it's a pretty robust animation set for it that they've built. Oops, sorry, horse. In my defense. You turn like an aircraft carrier. That's... I'm basically assuming all Guardians are waking up this close to the castle. Ooh, boy, there's a lot of them. I'm topping off on health a little bit. Don't think I have any food that's going to increase my heart count, but we can get a little armor up. That's something. That one's gonna see us. Sorry. I'm hunting. Yeah. Run. Run. Bats, you're not. Oh boy. Whew. Yipes. Yeah, I'm not feeling so hot either, horse, right now. Where are we headed here? Straight here? Okay. Woohoo, boy. Yeah, you're not gonna back off. Hold still. Okay. That's not ideal. Nah, dang. Cover. Hide. Whew. That was lucky. That was real lucky. We should top off. Boy, thank goodness for that defense up. That helped a bit. Dang. You can't see me. I'm invisible. Shoot. Invisible. Come on, man. Invisible. Can't see. Whew. Memory is dangerous. Let's remember quick. Oh, you made lunch? Great. We've just barely survived long enough to remember something. Oh, did you see a star fragment out here? That feels like bait. That feels like the game intentionally trying to see if it can make me make more stupid decisions.
Hero of Hyrule, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. You have shown unflinching bravery and skill in the face of darkness and adversity.
Star fragments falling near the castle. What a troll.
Blessings of the goddess Hylia. Whether skyward bound, adrift in
What a
time,
troll of a star
or
fragment.
glowing embers of twilight, the sacred blade is forever bound to the soul of the hero. We pray for your protection, and we hope that the two of you will grow stronger together as one. Forged in the long distant past, the sword
Gee, this is
of
uplifting.
darkness,
She's making it sound like we already lost.
ancient
Wasn't
stories
this your
of
idea?
hero.
You're the one who wanted to designate the appointed night with all the ceremonial pomp, grandeur, and nonsense we could muster.
Seas of time and distance, when we need the
And
hope
if you
of
ask
power,
me, the whole thing does seem to be overkill.
rests in you.
I think I'm on the same page as the princess regarding this.
Now, like, a lot of
poem.
the faces on a lot of the characters aren't super expressive. Some of them just have, like, better, more appealing kind of resting positions. Like, Urbosa here, I think that's her name. Her just sort of, like, resting face feels more expressive and appealing by default. And that sort of brow lightly furrowed expression on Zelda works pretty well too. I wish there was more movement in pupils for her and kind of for everybody. But like some of Mifa's face acting in the background in one of those shots back there was actually pretty decent. And here we go. It was nice while it lasted. Just seeing them draw a bead on me instantly. It's about right. Well, we got that one. That was dangerous. I think that's all of the ones we can reach that are within charted territory. I wouldn't mind going for a couple of other ones, though. That could be fun. So let's think. If we were going to go for one more, there's one that's kind of to the west, right? Like kind of over here in the direction of... Yeah, it's like up here, I think. Roughly. And we could like launch ourselves from this one, probably take a lot of sniper fire, but from here we could kind of float over. It'll be a lot safer than just running direct. The memories we've obtained so far, we've gotten like 4 of them. Wait, was I called out as Kronk? In what context? Frankly, in most contexts, I will accept that. Accusation / label. But now I'm just super curious. I don't get compared to Kronk super frequently. Here we go. Whew. Mostly safe. Link's animation, the animation for Link, it's all coming together. Kronk is good. Kronk is good and I need more health. So which memory are we headed to exactly here? Let's check for my sake and for everyone else's. These are the ones we've gotten. Those 2 just now. That one a bit earlier. This one I did on my time before we even started today, and we got this one as well. I think the one we're headed to is, I want to say this one might be this one. I'm not sure which memory exactly, but there's one that's placed like right up hereabouts. I vaguely recall. Oh, I was saying sneaking by saying sneak. Ah, yeah. It worked for Kronk. Do I have no other shields? I don't think I do. That's what the parrying life will get you. Is that a big, like, Hinox, whatever they're called? Yeah, it is. Not tangling with that. It's been years since I actually did, like, my full play of Breath of the Wild. Like, when it came out. And I adored it. I don't even know how many hours I spent in it. It felt like it had to be between, like, 80 and 100. It probably was just closer to, like, 50 or 60 or something, but I adored it. But I definitely didn't see everything in it, and it's been long enough now that I don't even really recognize by sight most places, which just makes the world feel all fresh again. And that's nice. Okay. I guess we're going to be climbing, because I'm not seeing a lot of other easy ways to get up here. That's fine. I enjoy the sounds of this game too. Like, on the one hand, I missed the more, like, present and fleshed out... Was that a fish? I think it was. The more fleshed out music of a lot of other Zelda games. On the other hand, I love how much space the sparse music leaves for just the atmosphere of your environment. In this particular one. I think it's absolutely the right call for Breath of the Wild. It may not be a soundtrack that I'm like, oh boy, digging up to listen to on my own time nearly as much as the others, but in the context of the game, perfect. This plan's not working out as well as I thought it was going to. Go away, skeletons. The sun's almost out. You have to, it's the law. Let me get my climbing bandana, that'll give me slightly better odds. Couldn't master the laser parry until months later after beating Bloodborne and Sekiro, and now you get it like half the time. Yeah, no, Sekiro especially will teach you to parry. I feel like I got a lot of my education in parrying from those games as well. Hope I have food for this. I might have eaten all of it. No, wait. I have some left. And this might be all I need, but let's eat this one. Just to be safe. Glad I went with that one. Whoop. There we go. So now that we're up on top of this whole plateau space, let's get a lay of the land. There's our target. Lots more climbing ahead, seems like, and a bunch of storms, huh? Where's the Rito home? Is it in the direction I'm heading, or are they more like way further off in this direction or north? I don't remember where they are. Nor can I see they're flying northwestish. Okay. What a pleasant game to just run around in. Hey, slimes. This is fine. Is Hjorst gone for good? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for... No, I think Hjorst is just hanging out there. I think Hjorst just lives there now. Hjorst made peace with the Guardians. Oh, you can call them to the stable? Well, that's good too. I kind of caught and tamed Hjorst completely on whim, so... If I end up losing Hjorst the same way, easy come, easy go. Do. Where did that tower go? There you are. Oh boy. This. Not a great place to not have a shield. That's probably not an arrow I need to be using. This is gonna take a bit, but it's funny. Now we'll start using a stronger one. That'll help a little bit. There we go. Got there eventually. Yeah, I don't love the look of our approach here. What is the element counter for? I assume since there's ice whiz ropes, fire ones, and lightning ones. I assume there's like a triangle rock, paper, scissors effect to that one. None for this one? Dang. Well, I do have... Well, it's a sniper bow, but low damage. We can take a shot at it. At least they don't have a ton of health. By compare... Come on, man. Where are you going? Oh, boy. This isn't really working. Ha! Those headshots and the ragdolling are very satisfying, aren't they? I really don't want to have the attention of two of them at once if I can avoid it. Honestly, I don't want any of their attention at all. I just want to climb a tower. But now I'm here and I'm feeling a little stubborn about it, if I'm honest. Boy, that really works if you headshot him in the water, doesn't it? Does some extra damage. I'll take it. Well worth wasting a lot of arrows for. There we go. Yeah, we should pick a direction to approach from. So we're not fighting every single dang one of them. It is kind of fun going someplace before you're fully equipped for it and just having to try to strategize with what you got. Missed. Not ideal. Yeah, let's not skimp on the damage here. We've enough to worry about. Where are you going? Hey. Quit it. There we go. Good source of some shock arrows, at least. In theory, we could potentially take out this Wizrobe, and if we're really lucky, get in toward the tower without getting the attention of too many others. Maybe. It's a big maybe. Whoa. That seems like a cool sword. I want that. Pretty strong. I'll take it. Well, let's see what we can achieve. There we go. At least they only go down in a few shots. Don't really want the lightning rod, thanks. And if I take this one down too, and they're like half gone. Come on. Where'd you go? Ah, dang. You're right there. Sneaky. Oh boy. Ow. That hurts a lot. We should take that thing out quick like. Need new bow. This'll do. Quick. Ooh, boy. Close one. Okay. And we've been noticed again. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think we can evade notice from this one, but we can keep them stunned in the water. I think this is going to work out. We just may end up having to fight nearly everything in this darn place. Which is manageable if you're only fighting one at a time. And don't mind spending half of your arrow budget. I think we're going to be able to make it now, though. Let's park right here for safety. No one noticing. We're fine. And so long as we can get high enough, no one will notice. I think we're good. Whew! I forgot why, or I forgot how, rather. For a lot of these towers, getting to them isn't really the challenge. Like, climbing whatever mountain they're at the top of or whatever. That's nothing. They've all got some obstacles immediately surrounding them, though. Those are the problem. This will reveal the map. Then we can more accurately hone in on where that memory in this area is. Then we can go get that memory, and then I think I'll maybe call it a night. Both to get some food and just to play some other stuff in a more restful fashion. Because this has been pretty chill. But good to get some rest. There we are. So this is the tower for the photo with the flying divine beast. Oh, there's a guy up here. Didn't even notice him. What kind of games do I like playing in my downtime? A pretty wide variety, honestly. A lot of the same ones that I end up playing on the channel in some form, but I usually always have to try... I try to have one game at least that I am playing, which I'm not recording for anything, just so it can be one that's easy to just turn on, play some, not have to worry about capturing footage or recordings or anything. What are you doing up here? Ahem. I have got quite the color combination going on here. Every day, sir. Yeah, there's some games like rhythm games or kinds of games that are just either not YouTube or Twitch friendly, which really there aren't. Between YouTube and Twitch, most games you can probably make work, but it may just also be ones that like I've played before and just want to play more for fun. Or just something that I don't need footage of for any reason. Or just something I don't feel like recording at the time. Well, okay. I'll glide for you. Then I'll go find the memory. The memory, by the way, is, I want to say, in this rough location. But first, let's see how far we can glide. Oh, hey. It's a shrine right down there. Which is convenient because I'll probably start running out of stamina. Not too far from there. There we go. Granted, he's about to yank me back up there, but still. Only? Picky. Maybe later. It's pretty demanding for a guy who can only fly as many meters as this tower is tall. Let's get a different hat look going. Have I played anything recently that I'd recommend? Most of what I've played has been on the channel. It usually is. In part because, like, playing things for either channel oftentimes gives me a reason to sit and play lots of games that I was looking for a reason to play anyway. Like, it helps me to ensure I can carve out time in a week for it, which is kind of nice. I dipped into Potionomics a little bit, which is delightful. I'm usually playing a good bit of Final Fantasy XIV. I'm taking a short little break just for a breather because I've been playing it pretty steadily for a long time. I'm sure by the time the next patch comes out, I'll be playing that on my own time again. What else? Dipping into lots of Zeldas for footage. All the things that y'all have been seeing me play over on Playframe as well. I feel like there's another... I'll usually have like some idle game like on my phone or something that I'm chipping away at just as a kind of time killer. Honestly, there's a bunch of games that came out this year that I've been meaning to dip into a little bit just to kind of check out. That may be what I do kind of with the evening today. Or just play more Breath of the Wild on my own time. One of the two. So... Orb number 1. Oh. Oh, goodness. Sorry, there's a bunch of chat. Hang on, let me catch up. Finally made it into the end of Shadowbringer's main story quest. Unfortunately, the 14's job system is very good for alt-itis, and I've got too many jobs leveling. Yeah, that is a common problem. Do I plan to do full Let's Plays of any Zelda games? Eventually I feel like I should. It does seem weird in retrospect that I've not actually done a Zelda game on Playframe yet. And I feel like Wind Waker's probably the one to start with, just for the amount of personality it has. I'm definitely down for doing Zelda games on the channel, though. I'd be a little more nervous about... What does this do? Oh, I see. Nice. I'd be a little more nervous about doing Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom just for the sheer scale of it, even though it's not impossible. I'd probably just need to be very not completionist about it, treating it as a sort of like, let's burn down the main story, and between sessions maybe I'll do a little bit of like shrine grinding, aka shrining, in order to like have all the hearts and whatnot I need. Trying to think. I feel like there is something else that I've been playing. I'm kind of tempted to dip into Elden Ring a little bit more on just my own time, not the recorded playthrough for funsies. But I think a lot of that is mostly just my excitement at being near the end of the recorded playthrough, roughly. Like, I'm curious to see what happens, and I'm also starting to have a better grasp of the lore of what's happening around me, so it's kind of making me want to go through again and see what I notice. I may put that off a little bit, but I could see doing that some. I've definitely put in lots of Vampire Survivors and Hollow Cure time just for kind of relaxed chill. I really feel like there's another one I'm forgetting, though. Anyway, let's head to the memory, which is that way, roughly. Let's also mark this. All right, so we're headed this way, more or less. I'd like to try a Souls-like combat-wise, where you're slow and gotta learn these tells, but one that's not so depressive compared to Elden Ring and Souls games. If you haven't tried Monster Hunter, that might be another one worth considering. Because Monster Hunter has a somewhat... It controls very differently, and it is a different kind of game, but it has a similar... Attacks have long winds-ups and follow-throughs. You need to learn your moveset and how to find openings to get damage without taking too many hits. Because, yeah, Monster Hunter is basically just like a whole bunch of Souls boss fights, except the bosses can wander around the map a lot more, and it is a different game, but it's got a lot of similarities at a foundational level. And it doesn't get dark at all, pretty much. You've got a bunch of talking cats making dinner for you. You can only get so dark. Is that tree next to the pond? Alrighty. That's, I swear. All right. They never learn. Worth it. I can definitely understand feeling tired of just grim, dark, or like oppressive oppressive vibes in various games and just not being in the mood for it. I definitely have times where I am more or less in the mood for it as well. Hey, it's a memory. We found it. Excuse me. Can I have your shield? Oh, you hit hard. I'm taking your stuff, though. Thank you. I didn't have any shields. See. There we are. Oh, yeah. Jedi Fallen Order is a good suggestion as well. That is basically a Souls-like, except Star Wars. Also, yeah, so a good recommendation there. And there are other games that have definitely been deploying a good bit of Soulsy combat design, but not necessarily going for a Souls vibe. Like, the more recent God of War definitely has taken some notes from Soulsy stuff a little bit more. Mostly just in the control scheme, I suppose, but there is definitely some... definitely a little more to it than God of War used to have. Hollow Knight certainly has a lot of Soulsy stuff, although also with the more melancholy vibe. Slightly less so, because it is cartoon bugs, but still. Think. I feel like there have been some other ones. Yeah, Code Vein's definitely got, like... Definitely also seems dour, but slightly less so. Like, the anime dial's turned up, and the dour is down a little bit. I feel like there's something else pretty obvious. Like, Monster Hunter is definitely what my main recommendation would be, for sure. As a really solid set of games with very rewarding combat to master that is very similar to Souls in that way, but not really a whole lot dour about those. There is Neo, which I think Neo is slightly less dour, but is like still kind of dour. And if you're going for Neo, then like it feels like Sekiro. That's not a far jump from Sekiro, really. Yeah, I think Monster Hunter is the best one I can give you. Because I'm sure, like, and yeah, I'm sure there are games that either I just haven't experienced yet or just aren't springing to mind that do deploy more of that, like, a Souls combat mentality that are also not really dour at all. And I just can't think of them off the top of my head right now. But given how much influence Souls has had on action game design over the last decade now, that stuff is definitely out there. Like, I don't know how good it is or what platforms it's on, but it exists somewhere. And more will follow. Let's see this memory to wrap up our Breath of the Wilding here. What do we got?
There's one. Oh, and another. The flowers we have in Hyrule aren't just beautiful. They are also quite useful as ingredients for a variety of things. This one here is called the Silent Princess. It's a rare, endangered species. Despite our efforts, we can't get them to grow domestically yet. The princess can only thrive out here, in the wild. All that we can hope is that the species will be strong enough to prosper on its own. Is that what I think it is? Look at this. I don't believe it, but I actually caught one. This delicacy is known to have very, very potent effects under the proper circumstances. Ta-da! Research from the castle shows ingesting one of these can actually augment certain abilities. We wouldn't be in a controlled environment out here, but with your level of physical fitness, you'd be a perfect candidate for the study. Go on. Taste it.
Implied expressiveness, at least. Better than nothing. Well, I at least feel like now, between all that I have played on my own time and a bunch of these memories we've chased down today, I should have enough to work with, I feel like. So that feels good. Finally got all the Zelda footage. Now I just need to finish writing that video and actually make it. This has been a nice chill way to do things. I feel like I'd love to keep on doing some Sunday morning streams from time to time when I've got the energy and time for it. It's been a nice, relaxing way to spend a day. It's not morning here now. No, it's afternoon. But I started closer to like noon instead of like 7 p.m. my time, which is usually the best I can do because of day job hours and stuff like that. So Sunday's about like the only day I'm able to do stuff like this. But stream as far as content making things on the internet goes, this is also one of the more chill options available to me. Just doing chill streams. So of all the quote unquote work I could be doing, this is one of the more relaxed, so it's kind of nice. But yeah, sometimes all the way relaxing is also good. So I'll do that from time to time as well. But yeah, doing some of these occasionally on like a Sunday. On a nice Sunday earlier time slot so our European friends can actually join for once without staying up all night. That seems like a nice considerate thing to do for them. Right? Also easier for the poor. Yeah, it seems like it's easier for most of my audience, frankly. Because over there on the East Coast, 7 p.m. for me is already 10 p.m. for them as well. So yeah, definitely can't promise doing these streams all the time, but now and then. We've got a lot of rating options available to us here. Which is pretty different. Because of all these evening streams, I've usually only had like 1 or 2 people still on, if anyone. Tough pick. Well, while I'm picking here, let's do our little credits rolling thing. So I very much appreciate all of you showing up and hanging out today. This has been fun. Thank you for helping me find Breath of the Wild scenes and memories and stuff. And to everybody who has subscribed or given bits and all that stuff. Always super grateful. That's true. This is one of the rare times where I can't raid Dan Jones. He's always there for me with those evening streams. Because by the time I'm wrapping up, he's probably just hitting his stride. But that's fine. This is just an opportunity to raid someone else. You know, I feel like Barry raided me semi-recently, kind of within the last week or two. Might as well return that favor. Oh, and it looks like he is playing Guns of Icarus along, and like I see Nicole is as well. So I think they, I'm guessing they are playing that together. So you'll kind of be joining both of them. And Barry's just a delight to spend time with. So let's go ahead and set that up. Get your hellos and or honks ready. Your call, really. But I really appreciate all of you joining me today. This has been fun. We will definitely do it again. Have a good rest of your Sunday if you've got any Sunday left. And a good week as well. I will be streaming something Wednesday night, most likely. Don't know what yet. Maybe a Monster Hunter. Maybe free t-shirt club. Could get back to that. That could be fun. We'll figure it out. Whatever the case. I will see you then, perhaps. Have a good rest of your day. Bye!